tea coming my way. None of it I like to drink, but well, it's forcing me in. No? I could actually send it right. Hello everyone, I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbinian. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour, and today we are going to be playing another session of DUNE, Silvanus, Agrestis, and Salutaris, using the 2d20 DUNE system by Modifius. And last we had left off, I believe a few plans had been put into the works on Khitan, on the moon Agrestis, and on the planet Ikaz to further your designs against House Elacca, and not only against House Elacca, but most of the Agrestis stuff was trying to keep the home front from turning into a blazing fire down the lines. You know, just keeping everything nice and orderly. And as far as the wider Imperium is concerned, not a lot of people know exactly what you're up to. Other than that, you are starting to act a little more like a great house. House Beleza has sent important agents and house officers to Khitan, which is not completely unusual, but it does mean you're doing plans that are a bit more, that are far less provincial than the last 10,000 years might prove out. Oh, and of course, it appears that the Chome of the Imperium is keeping an eye out on what House Beleza is up to. There is some rumblings that they may have designs against the greater profit and market that they have their monopoly upon. And look over to the 3 lines of intrigue that you're all pursuing. And I think we'll start off out of the beautiful penthouse? Did I say penthouse? Large apartment, suite, there we go. In the Sapphire Spire, the place that people seem to hate the name of. Seem to not like being in a 4-star hotel in the greatest planet in Imperium. But you know, it's just...
Well, I mean, it's just a bit gauche with some poor taste in art. They should really, up their game. And, House Beleza could certainly help with that.
So, is around in the wee hours of night. Both Silvanus, Johanna Rashid, and Karim Kabata have had their meetings. Johanna with the envoy Lady Val of the Fraioli house, and Karim Kabata, who is able to speak with a Chome executive, Zara Corrigan, to their unique plans. So, there is some legal strategy asset that was created of quality 1, and some black materials of rather high quality. I leave it to you two. What do you do or share your suite?
Well,
other than your undying affection, that's just presumed ratings.
Could you restart the music first and foremost? I can't hear it. Okay, I can hear it now.
There you go.
Well, for the sake of simplicity, Ansley, do you remember everything that happened last time? So I'll just share it with you.
Yeah, I believe so. My only question was, just so I'm clear, the restriction on Elacca's ability to buy spice is just going to happen. The blackmail material is that we have hard evidence that they have betrayed a cause which has never been introduced to the Lansrod. So that's our kind of piece of leverage that is not automatically going to be revealed, but we have that to wiggle with, right?
Yes, and as far as I'm concerned, you can use that asset.
Okay.
The legal strat, I'll keep to myself.
And
but it's a matter of, I think, executing the trade blockade, if I'm not mistaken. GM.
Say again.
It's a matter of executing the trade blockade, right?
Well, you kind of twisted the arm of Corrigan to use Chom's power to lean against them. So, right now, House Elacca won't really, for the next while, they don't really know why this is happening. You just kind of secretly told them they should squeeze them out.
Okay. And also consider yourself informed that Chom may not be the friendliest towards us.
Well, if a house is judged upon the quality of its enemies, we must be doing fairly well.
For an organization like Chom to be our enemy, then truly we are reaching astronomical heights.
Mm.
Don't worry, I'll figure something out how to keep us economically afloat, should they decide to tamper with our businesses.
Well,
The guild still has use of our highlanders, and Chom, whilst powerful, is not the end-all be-all. They do not control the flow of spice. The guild does.
well, and we do. Is it just the great houses, or do all like noble houses, minor and major, have seats on the Chom board? I mean, I know there are different levels of Chom board, but
Everyone does, yeah. All noble houses, by default, are shareholders of their... They own the land, thus
Right.
control all trade.
So
Sometimes nobles will assign a director separate from themselves because they don't want to get involved, but Falscroft and Erica III has... Frankly, doesn't have enough holdings to warrant giving away that power. It's better that she
Right.
hangs on to that vote herself rather than trust someone else.
So we need to be sure and solidify allies on the board in Silvanus system, and then search for more, so that we have some boardroom and political power within Chom to counterbalance any actions they may take. Would you start kind of here and there looking into forging some of those alliances?
Consider it done.
And I will share about my meeting with the Fioli representative and how she is going to get me into a face-to-face meeting with the Elacca envoy, where I can hit her with our stuff and try and accomplish our goals here.
Alright. Seems like we have our work cut out for us.
And has that meeting been set yet, GM?
You haven't gotten the letter yet.
Okay.
You expect to get it in the morning.
Okay. So, for the secret role you and I discussed last time, is that something I need to do in a really secure location, or is that just more me kind of thinking and doodling and figure things out? He's forgotten by now. It's been 3 weeks.
Our messages? Oh God, right. God's in heaven. Right. God. All right. So that'd be something like you sitting there and thinking about it and writing it out a little and puzzling it.
Okay. So, yeah, I'd like to do that now, or to start in on that now. And I will activate my Ixian dampener, since I will be like writing things down.
You mentioned I guess you can have different parts of the same suite, so you just go into the
I'm
privacy of
assuming
your
like after
part.
we kind of fill each other in, we kind of retire, because you said it was the wee hours.
Yeah.
And yeah, so back in my little sitting room. And my dampener is a quality 1 dampener. I get up to quality 4 and I just disappear when I use it. So it's the whole room around me.
No. Give me, first, to secure your apartments from any would-be listeners, in spies, I will ask you for an opposed roll. I will give you one free hit on the back of the fact you have an Ixian dampener. It's just way easier to buy it when you really can shimmer yourself out of existence a little bit.
Right.
We're gonna call this, I would say, understand.
Okay.
Understand.
Hiding some activities from people.
I will increase your comp range because I imagine you're trying to make sure to hide this from even your own house at the moment.
Yeah. I guess I could take notes in Biddy Jesuit dots, but so yeah, okay, I'll take that. If anything else will come in. This is just to avoid being spied upon, correct?
Right.
Okay. I'll pitch you other memories. It's probably other Reverend Mothers have had to hide some things of what they're doing from people, sometimes their own allies.
I would say so, yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna buy some time. You went to the trouble using Ixian dampener. She do that. You up to it?
Why would the spy master be using an Ixian dampener when she's going to write something down?
Well, exactly. Imagine the coup if I managed to get that intel.
That's fair enough.
Can't imagine why.
Okay, so you've spent your threats. I'm going to get 3 free hits plus 2 more for spy and the Ixian dampener. So I'm going to give you 1 threat for a 3rd die. I'm going to say duty, because while I want to believe something here, it behooves me, and I really have to make sure that I'm not just going by my stuff. This is kind of a duty to figure this out.
And that's part of why you're doing it in secret.
Yeah. So, I go back and forth between duty and truth, but from Joanna's thing, this seems to be more like, yeah, because she's like Mulder, but just because you want to believe something. Nice. Do I have an applicable focus? Deductive reasoning from understand?
No. I would need something like spycraft or something along or politic or something like that.
Yeah, okay. Oh, that's right, because this is not actually... Wait, okay, hold on, then I'm confusing my roles here. This role is just to prevent somebody spying on me.
Right.
Okay, so... I guess duty still stands.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not trying to discover who's spying on me, just duty. Okay, so... And deductive reasoning, yeah, wouldn't apply. Okay. So that is a total of 6, 7, 8.
I can reroll one of those, but that's not gonna... Well... So instead of 8, you get 6 momentum back. The Sapphire Spire is on Kaitan, where some of the greatest spies in the Imperium do dwell. But it would seem that you are either far better than their agents, or they haven't realized what exactly you're up to and how important it would have been to figure out what you're up to. In either case, no little piloted drones, no one happens to sneak into the room. There's a very clear. It's not so much that you caught people; it's that you've made it so difficult to spy on you that the only way to really look at what you're doing is to just straight up walk up behind you, which
Right.
you're gonna notice that. So it's a lot of I'm not going in there. There's no good way to explain why you're in a Reverend Mother's private apartment without it immediately turning into a skirmish.
Which you would win, knowing with Joanna. But anyway. Okay, so now to what do I need? What am I rolling for? Figuring some stuff out or starting to
Understand
figure some stuff
difficulty 5.
out. Okay. Understand truth.
Yep.
Okay. Will other memory kick in? Because I'm kind of basing some of this on previous interactions.
You're the first to actually think.
Okay.
Everyone else is kind of taking it on faith a bit, one way or the other.
Okay. So I'm going to do this early then. Understand truth. I will spend a determination on I will discover the truth.
Yep.
And then I will give you 6 for 1, 2, 5 for 5 momentum for the other 4 dice.
You don't have any blah blah, but you do have momentums.
Yeah, I was going through every like at least 3 different games, currencies there in my head. It was one of those. Focus and deductive reasoning.
Yes.
All right, let's see what happens here.
Good
Ooh.
golly, get away with you.
That's 7.
You moment.
Okay, so that's it, guys. The rest of this whole game, it's all like crits from me. I'm almost certain. Like crit fails, not good crits, bad crits.
You have the trick with it is that as far as the teachings of the Bene Gesserit, such a test requires to see if one is beyond being a beast. One requires the ability to threaten or even pretend to threaten a believable way to the subject that they are in not necessarily in danger of death, but in danger of intense suffering. That's the part you need, and that's something that's unusual in the current situation.
The Gom Jabbar, in other words.
Yeah. You need a version of that to exact the test. Otherwise, you can do the test the same way. It's just you need that type of a unique form of the Gom Jabbar in an other format, shall we say.
Okay. Cool. So I know the path I need to go down. Okay, let me ask a question or two while we're here. Do I think my existing knowledge and sources of knowledge about this will provide me with the information I need to figure that out, or am I going to have to do some to add to that knowledge base? In other words, with previous Reverend Mothers of Silvanus having interacted, do I know enough about the subject or do I think I already know enough or can find out enough with my current resources to figure out how to maybe do this? Or am I going to have to do some more personal interviews and stuff?
To figure out what that gum jabar would be, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, as with all the centuries of interaction that I can call upon, do I think,
For momentum I can answer.
Yeah. I figured.
And if what you know of the
Subject.
what I mean to say is, if the Silvani tribes actually have what they are rumored to have, that would count. That is the Gom Jabbar, or something like it. Like something that would have that effect would be the Gom Jabbar. Because you could threaten not death, but devastation. Which would... A beast would balk at such a thing and pull back from when it's necessary, but a human would find a way forward, because they have to.
Okay.
So
cool.
That or something like that.
Okay.
You have hyper awareness, so I think you get more questions for free. If you want.
Yeah, but I'm not really sure. I think I've kind of accomplished everything I wanted to accomplish here and now. Like, I basically found the route. So I think I'm just going to let those dissipate.
Right.
Might be a mistake, but there we go.
Kareem Kabata, what are you doing in the wee hours of the day?
Oh, let's forge some alliances. Ansel, remind me, you wanted me to make an alliance with some other minor houses?
No, my thing was, okay, so Chom is going there's going to be elements of Chom that are against us now. So as we go forward, we need to build our own kind of block in Chom. Joanna, who, she's not the business person, so her original thought was, we need to secure first our block of Chom allies and votes in Silvanus, but then also look for other allies in Chom, like the other houses that might. So we basically have a power block of our own within Chom to oppose any power blocks that might come at us. Politics.
Right. Remind me, guys, who did we align ourselves more with? House Atreides or House Harkonnen?
I think it was a treat.
Yeah, because
we are aligned with House Atreides.
Yeah,
okay.
Through a cause, I think.
GM, do you think I could get a meeting with a lower level House Atreides? I wouldn't say treasurer, but someone who's on the Chom Council or on the Chom Board of Directors, to see if I can weasel out a deal. Would that be too much, or?
I know it's not too much. I would call it an understand roll. Difficulty, we'll say it's not 5. That's way too high. You're asking, not that hard. You're not trying to talk to Duke Lee, at all. Trying to talk to someone. It wouldn't be hidden. I'd say Div 3. Yeah, Div 3.
Can I use truth?
Yeah.
Chom bureaucracy as a focus?
Yep.
Can I take a momentum?
No.
That does it.
Let's do it. So there are a few, as you're in your suite, and you kind of sit there and think about it, and about who's on the board, what executives exist, and so on. And thankfully, the combination of being a mentat, having a great memory, but also the fact that you are friendly with House Atreides through Akaz. That means you know more about them than you otherwise would. Allies tend to share information to help win a war of assassins. There is... You might be able to meet with a agent of the treasurer of House Atreides, who is in Chom here on Kaitan. If you wanted to speak to someone, to an actual treasurer or other agent that is involved in those matters, in the minor, you could reach out to one of the minor houses of Atreides, like House Steward or Bereth or Fluxsphere. Because you're a minor house as well, it's not that it wouldn't be unusual for you to reach out to a fellow minor house counterpart. But if you wanted to talk to Atreides directly, you would at best only be able to get a meeting, an agent of an agent, sort of thing. Your house just isn't that important.
Yeah, I'm fine with an agent of an agent because we're knocking straight to the top, you know? So, I would like to set up that meeting if possible, because, well, why not give it a go? If it doesn't work out, I'll, shoot lower. Right now, we're kind of reaching for the stars.
Give me a move roll. We'll say difficulty 2. Now that you know who you need to talk to, now it's just a matter of figuring out your schedule to match up with this person's schedule so you can meet them sometime soon rather than sometime next month.
Move duty?
Yes, I would take that.
One threat. Oh, wait, one momentum, 2 threat.
Momentum, 2 threat.
Determination. The house commands me, and by extent, my talents.
Yeah? Given what you're doing, makes sense.
For a complete reroll, if possible. Better, at least there's no comp.
Did you mean to reroll all 4 or just 3 of them?
All 4.
Okay. Yeah, you gain a momentum. That.
Although, wait, I have a complication that sometimes I suffer a comp increase during move rolls. Would you count this as a comp then?
Oh, you still have your complication
Okay,
sitting on.
yeah, can I post it in chat? If I'm clicking it, but nothing's happening. Yeah, you can see it in my sheet.
You're annoyed, yeah. So you haven't gotten that. In the heat of your annoyance, either a complication will occur, or you give me 2 threat.
I'll give you those 2 threat. Because I'm getting loaded up on these, I do not need more.
Despite how annoying the process is, because there's a lot of, despite you are essentially talking to a fellow commoner, you're talking who you are a treasurer, and this person's just, it's like you're talking to someone's asset, to put it in perspective. But you're talking. There's a certain level of perhaps annoyance that there's extra hoops you have to go through for someone who, as far as House Atreides is concerned, isn't terribly important, but they're useful to you right now.
Oh yeah.
And eventually you are able to set up a meeting with them sometime tomorrow.
I'd like to think that my mentat mind, puts this aside, because mathematically speaking, or statistically speaking, it is very, very highly unlikely that anything will get done here. But statistics be damned, we're trying it anyway. Alright, I'll set it up for tomorrow, and I'll let Johanna know to put it in her itinerary, and I'll put it in my itinerary too.
Any last movements by Johanna in the dawning light of the morning before we sweep the camera away from Titan? Probably around this time in the morning, as you're being served your morning breakfast and teas and what by the staff.
Okay,
Being
so I've
able
got
to
a
share
little
you
bit of sleep.
information.
Okay. No, except to have mailed a letter I wrote to Antonio last night before bed, while still having the Ixion dampener up. It is a completely innocent letter from his aunt to him and Biddy Jesuit schooling, but hopefully that will, if anybody is still determined to try and figure out if I was doing something, that will send them down a rabbit hole.
Oh, so the letter genuinely is...
Yeah, it's just a letter to my nephew, because I promised him I would write him regularly, and just describing Kaitan and, you know, all this stuff. And
Give me communicate difficulty too. You may pull people watching you on a wild goose chase.
Okay. Communicate duty?
Yep.
I think, yeah, okay. I'll spend a momentum for a third die just to see. Don't think neurolinguistics will apply here. Got it.
And for a time, someone spends way too much time reading correspondence and then thinking the cipher must be so good that it must be that hard to see. There is no cipher, but there has to be. She put up an Ixion damper. She was up all night. There has to be something.
Right.
Look at these dots. Those are probably Bene Gesserit dots. Get the truth seer. It's like there's nothing here. You sure? I'm not lying to you. It's just dots. You would say that. Oh, for the love of God.
Looks like she wrote it on a slightly pebbled leather desk mat. I don't know.
Aha, so that's part of your scheme. No, that's not how our dots work. But yes. Away from the beautiful jewel of humanity, we go to a dark blot upon the orbit of Silvanus, Moon Agrestis, where people suffer under the military oppression that surrounds them, trapped on a moon, hostile to those who are not allowed to traverse it in protected suits, vehicles. I believe a certain Lady Gallia was being led into a darkened room hidden amongst the industrial works. And there, escorted by a small gang of thugs, let's not dress it up here, you find yourself in the company of a lady in a fine suit, way too nice to be some worker here. Not dressed as an officer or noble, as is typical of the powerful on Agrestis. The room does look to still have those remnants of it being some sort of storage space, but it has since been picked clean of various gears and cleaning supplies and such, and there's now an installation of some chairs, a desk, some artworks, some of the Belesian artworks, and Lady Gallia finds herself in the company of this mysterious figure.
Okay, so let me try to remember this. Gallia was looking for, she had slipped away from the retinue to kind of figure out if there was signs of troops and fleets gathering, conscription, anything like that, and then had been followed after kind of really discovering that the people aren't really happy here, and it kind of faced the people tracking her and said, "Take me to your leader," I think. And you'd say I'm in the presence of a lady?
Yep, a lady in a very nice suit.
No. I'll give her a slight head nod bow. "Good evening, lady. So nice to make your acquaintance." I say wryly.
You are a noblewoman, I suppose, from your attire? The consort to the Beleza Falsgrafen, yes?
Winchester was Gallia always noble, or did she get raised by being her consort, or what's
She-
her deal?
Um,
Like lesser nobility, or
no, the best way I would describe it is in like traveler terms, right? Having a social score of like 12, but no titles, right? This is not
Okay.
a member of the nobility in any legal sense.
Okay. A noble? No, I'm afraid not, lady. I must disappoint you there. Just lucky in love, I suppose.
If only all of us could find our way there quite so easily.
What makes you think it's been easy? The love part, perhaps, although all love is something of... all love requires work, but to learn to move and fight and speak and be as I am from where I came from is an entirely different matter. Luck has much to do with it, as it does for many things, but so does drive and skill and sheer bloody-minded determination. I was so delighted to be invited to meet you by your associates here, and I kind of look back over my shoulder at thug number 3.
She gives that one a glare, and then that glare sweeps across everyone. It is plain on their faces that they screwed up. You shouldn't be here. You've made they have made their problem her problem, and she's not happy about that.
Yeah.
Well, you're here. You're not dead. So, I assume you have a reason for choosing to meet with me.
Well, I'm always curious about who's having me followed and why, but also I have a sneaking suspicion, and I could well be wrong, that we might be in a position to help one another. I'm making something of an assumption here that you may not be terribly pleased with the current conditions on Agrestis, for whatever reason.
You could suppose that.
Well, to continue along this line of supposition and hypothetical theorizing, it seems to me that the Duke of Agrestis is beginning to act in a way that pits him against the interests of my lady and her house. And not merely that, but from my perspective at least, pretty much against the interests of this entire system. But First and foremost, my lady. One has one's loyalties, after all. I certainly have not been impressed myself with the conditions that the citizens of Agrestis live under. I'm not saying that Beleza is the height of enlightened rulership, but certainly the people under Lady Elacca are much happier and freer than what I've seen on your moon.
Do you imagine me a upstart revolutionary seeking to unseat lawful ruler of Agrestis and all his...
Not at all. I do suppose you to be someone with certain economic interests that may not be best served with the current conditions. Conditions, of course, can be modified without tearing down an entire aggregate system.
Well, how noble of you. You're here to save us. Laughs, and then the thugs around you laugh.
Oh, no, I'm quite certain that you're perfectly capable of saving yourselves, but it is possible that I'm in a position to offer you some assistance.
Have you ever killed a man, Lady Gallia? Or child, or old man?
He served on the front lines with you, right, Erica?
She's not a soldier. She was there, but she's not a soldier.
Okay. But she's killed somebody somewhere along the way since we've been playing, hasn't she?
No.
Okay. Can't say as I have.
So bed sheets and wine and clear skies. What great talents you must have.
Well, think of me what you will, but I assure you, you're painting a more rosy picture than the reality. I may not have killed anyone in my time, but I did my service in the front lines of Kenley. More like effective and unnoticed, sneaking around and following people and discovering information.
I noticed you.
Fair enough. But I wasn't nearly as noticeable as these guys. I look back, seriously, rubber-soled shoes. How hard is that?
They all kind of... One of them looks like he's gonna say something and gets a glare from the boss there and backs off.
So, we've established that your guys aren't as good as they want to be, and I'm not as good as I want to be. We noticed each other.
What exactly are you offering me, chambermaid?
Well, yours is a pot I certainly would never want to have to clean. I can't even imagine. Well, let's call it, to begin with, tentative alliance and sharing of information where we both feel comfortable in doing so. A starting point. Perhaps we will grow a little bit more trusting in one another and share a bit more.
Share? I like that. You'll share with me what you know of Beleza for what I know of Agrestis.
Well, to achieve certain strategic and tactical objectives, some sharing can happen. But for true sharing to happen, a friendship must be built, some trust, if you will. To this point, I admit I am largely just guessing by feeling around the edges of what you are about. I imagine you have a little bit of an advantage over me. I'm pretty obvious what I'm about.
So do you want something, or does your partner want? Because if you're looking for Solari, I can get you some. You're looking for other means of employment. What?
No. My coin is information. I'm particularly interested in the current ramping up in military preparedness and conscription, as well as the movement of logistics and personnel by House Malvolus and its current Duke. And of course, information about any groups that might be interested in disrupting such activities, or at least slowing them down. You talk of killing men, women, and children. Mine and my lady's goal here is to prevent that in as much as we can. Here in Salutaris, on Silvanus,
There's a lot of dead cultists, though, disagree with you.
well, I did say in as much as is possible, and really, they were cultists. They didn't mean well for anybody, and once you start talking about wiping out an entire people, like the cultists were, I find it's often best to believe people when they tell you exactly who they are.
Well, if you wish to benefit from my services, and those of my associates, then I can offer it. I am a enterprising individual. But if you want what I have, you either one of two things, well, three things. Either a rather large payment of Solari, your, shall we say, subcontracting agreement with me to keep me informed and my associates what Beleza plans to do, especially that meddling marshal.
She does laugh at that.
Or you dirty your hands, lady, and see to the death of General Kale Dry.
Spell that name somewhere for me, GM.
It's on the screen.
Oh. General. Ah, there it is. I had to scroll down. My, what has General Draven done to warrant such drastic action?
Pay me and I'll tell you. For now, I owe you nothing. I'm just telling you the price. She smiled.
Well, among my faults is I'm afraid, a loyalty to the woman I love. But Solari and potentially other services, I think, can definitely be within my remit. So while I can't subcontract, we can certainly come to some sort of agreement.
Mechanically, she asks for a price of either a surrender of a wealth asset for the duration of this particular adventure, or 2 wealth from the house budget. It's a silly amount of money, to give you an idea.
Don't think she has a wealth asset currently.
She does.
Oh, she does? She's been paid?
Yep. We have to pay the NPCs.
One ownership. Okay, so yeah, I'll buy her.
I'll wheel that back. She doesn't have a wealth asset because she's an NPC. You paid for her to exist. Player characters get wealth assets because whether they're paid or not, they will participate. Wait, she's an asset of sorry, I take that back. She's an asset of Erica's, so she would participate anyway. No, I'm wrong. Sorry. No, she does have a wealth asset. I just realized what she does.
I mean,
'Cause if you didn't pay for it, then she would just help you out of love. Money is useful for her to
guess
have.
you told me that even though they were assets, I still did have to pay them. That they wouldn't be as helpful if I didn't.
Yeah. But you could still like turn their arm and go like, look, you owe me, I need you to help me. So I would just increase difficulty and increase complication. So they wouldn't be as useful as they normally would be. But some assets that have no personal loyalty to you, like the doctor, it's like, no, you have to do a roll to get him to help you because he's not being paid to help anymore. Lady Galia, differently, I wouldn't see her not wanting to help you just because you didn't give her her money, but I could see her being a little annoyed that she doesn't have any money for the next couple months.
So does she have a wealth asset she can?
She does because she's an asset as opposed to a.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah,
That was the distinction I forgot.
I'll buy us an informant.
She reached after you produce a significant amount of Solari and set it upon
Through
her
a
desk.
confidential transaction.
Yeah. Oh, you do it through banking of some kind. Do you?
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine she's carrying that much Solari around.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I don't know what Solari looks like.
You to make sure this transaction isn't tracked, unless she doesn't care that's being tracked from the guild bank, she would need to do a test of move. I would say move difficulty 2.
Oh, I don't really care if it's tracked.
Okay.
Moreau wants to know if it's tracked.
Oh, she'll be fine. She's done her own role already. She has her own assets. Just whether or not you're known for paying off a crime lord. Yeah, you transfer the money to this shady individual in a dark alley.
Okay, fine.
Office.
I'll do the roll.
I mean, hey, you don't have to. I don't tell you the results. Be move difficulty 2. Because you're essentially subtly moving the wealth asset into her control.
This is a roll to disguise the movement of an asset. Can I go for truth?
Truth is why she's paying this person? Secretly? I suppose to hide the truth, yeah.
Hide the truth of the payment.
Her statement to know the truth of a matter is virtuous in its own right, or on right, as it's written. I think that works against you. You won't be able to use truth for that.
Okay. Then I think probably duty, because she's trying to do this to fulfill the duty here. This is move stealth as a focus.
Yes.
Okay. What's my diff?
2.
I'm going to be rolling 11, so I'm going to give you 2 threat and 1 momentum for 4 dice.
Oh,
Just got it. Yep.
After some arrangements are made, Lady Gaia is informed in a subtle way that she now has the services of Valerie Ironhand Moreau of Ironhand Industries.
Oh. Again, what has the unassuming General Draven done to earn such ire?
He impeded my ambitions. And those who hinder me need to understand that just because you work for a noble house doesn't mean you're safe. She gives you a look. You feel the veiled threat aimed at you just as easily.
Just kind of roll my eyes.
But yeah, you are able to secure Iron Hand
Okay.
as a contact, an asset of sorts.
Okay.
Falscraft and
Oh,
Erica
and-
the Third.
Gallia, after this conversation, will kind of, making a way to get in touch back and forth and then head back to kind of subtly either go to wherever we're staying or go back to the shuttle so I can kind of, rejoin the entourage when we're unobtrusively.
Very good. Falscraft and Erica. You had your meeting last we saw you. You had spoken with Duke Corvin Malvolus. You got your arrangement with him. Was there any other activity you wish to do with him or in the Ironman garrison, or do you begin heading home?
No, we're waiting for all the retainers to reconvene, and then we're headed to Silvanus.
And when I get a chance to privately bend Erica's ear, I will fill her in on the contact I've made.
GM, is there a publicly known Iron Hand Industries?
Yep. You've seen their sign multiple times when walking through the city. They seem to have a large financial hand affairs on Agrestis.
Does this person that's described match any of the publicly known shareholders?
Give me understand difficulty 1.
I'll spend the momentum.
You get it back. Yeah, she's on the executive committee for Iron Hand Industries. The Moreaus have been, they're a common family, but they have, the Moreaus seat most of the executive committee for Iron Hand Industries. Valerie Moreau in particular is vice president of the company.
Then I will have a quick communique sent to Corvin, hopefully his eyes only, asking if he favors the Moreaus of Iron Hand Industries or if they are a nuisance.
Give me communicate or move difficulty of 3 to hide this to make sure it gets to him without the wrong people seeing it.
Communicate power. Both of us are in a powerful position to see to this.
Makes sense.
Focus in diplomacy.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I'll spend 1. Actually, I'll spend 1 and give 2.
Yep.
Oh wow! Just take the threat.
What, you want me to throw 2 comps at you?
Nope.
Well, on the plus side, you get a momentum back. The message received back is they are actually he tells you in secret that, to his knowledge, the Iron Hands company is an asset of the Countess Livia Shadowbane, Spy Master and Sword Master. He personally doesn't like them. He doesn't favor them in particular, but they are useful to his court.
Erica says they have made contact and said enough that I can give you their heads if you wish. Otherwise, I find them of little interest.
What is it you've learned you'd receive back? There's people like sprinting across the freaking facilities and ducking through secret doors as letters are being handed off to these two nobles.
I'll say enough to know that they do not respect positions of nobility.
If you can see to their disappearance, he would take it as a personal favor. But he can handle it if you're otherwise too busy.
Very well. Then I'm gonna ask Galia to send a communication to Valerie Moreau that House Beleza has some financial interest in conducting business of multiple types with her and her corporation, and that she is invited to meet us on our orbital platform to speak with us
We're gonna
in anonymity.
We're gonna treat this as a quick intrigue battle because
Yeah.
she might clue in that you're about to make her go out an airlock.
I'm not gonna be that brutal, but
You are trying to trick her into a very precarious situation.
yeah, I mean, I feel in all of the conversation she had, I did not feel like she was nearly as useful as she was a problem.
All right. You started this mess, so I think this opening move of yours sounds like a communicate roll. Opposed, obviously, because she has to figure out that you're saying more than you.
I'm assuming Gallia can assist.
I'm gonna use Gallia as an asset to do more damage.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
I'm gonna buy Ulmit.
All right.
That's 1 AP.
Oh, yep. I will note to you that she does have an asset of her in her company as well as her goons. Though the only asset that would activate right now would be the company. Her goon squad isn't useful for intrigue like this. So she'd have to use her company records to figure out what you are and what you really mean, what your goals are, things like that. So using that to defend herself, more or less.
All right. I think communicate power, because there's always implicit danger in dealing with nobility when you're not nobility, but they wield so much money that it's hard to say no to at least engaging with them. Like she'd feel, you might feel almost foolish not meeting with a noble who's talking business when you're given the rare opportunity to do so.
Fair enough.
And I will spend 1 and 5. Any help from the personality trait of Just, because I am trying to create a more stable Agrestis by eliminating someone who is an out and out murderer.
That doesn't make her want to trust you. If anything, it would make things harder. Because you sound like someone who doesn't make deals with criminals. So I'm not sure I want to go where you're asking me to go. No increased difficulty, just it doesn't help though.
All right, focus in diplomacy.
Yeah, given how high up she is. Oh, lady, this is bad for you. Oop, that kind of rolled, so this kind of roll. Four hits. So you momentum. Sorry, you get one more because you're using someone as an asset. Oh,
But I'm using them to do damage.
What's her quality?
2.
So you do 4 to her.
And I'll spin to do the 5th.
Oh, you can.
If the 4 is not enough.
The 4, sadly enough.
Oh, okay. That was easy.
She's not nearly as collect. She's very threatening and deadly, but yeah, she is not. There's a reason she's not noble politic, and why she wasn't doing the Canley attack on General Draven personally. But yeah, no, you're able to convince the Valerie Moreau to come up to your station.
All right. I will meet her in a hastily organized court. Because this place isn't a palace, but we'll do enough to like set up a dais or something. I wouldn't want to have a conversation with anyone on equal ground, right? I should always be a little bit higher. And have some of the condemned nearby,
Okay.
as well as the War Master. Yeah, and as she's brought in, I will say, Miss Moreau, we are glad to see that you could attend us and discuss opportunities with your firm.
Your Lady Gallia was very persuasive in explaining to me how we can be of use to each other.
Well, certainly see no reason to stop us from getting directly to business. So, by the authority temporarily entrusted to me by the Duke Corvin Malvolus, I am placing you under arrest for conspiracy to commit murder.
He gives a look at Lady Gallia and just looks back to you and folds her arms.
If you wish to confess anything that you may have done illegal on Salutaris, you may expect to find lenient judgment there. If, however, your crimes have been solely committed on Agrestis, then I fear what awaits you.
It would seem the House Beleza is far more aligned with Malvolus than I.
We're far more aligned with order and stability than you thought. Your incapacity for the acceptance of the necessity of positions of nobility threatens a chaos none are interested in.
I've made no movements against House Malvolus or its rule over Agrestis, or even your rule over Salutaris.
The death of Duke Malvolus's favored commanding officer is hardly sparing him your moves.
I am merely taking back what is.
And the idea that you think that is a right you as a commoner have is the problem.
So, the rumors of you being a fender of justice are not bragging by your people. It's interesting, though misguided on Agrestis. You do realize once I walk within the Ironwood garrison, I am walking back out Falscra. The House Malvolus cannot be seen to directly attack Morose or Iron Hand Industries.
Perhaps. I do not feign to believe the inner desires of Duke Malvolus. But I think you might find that access to Solari, although occasionally useful to the nobility, is not nearly as useful a salve as you think it is. If you have no confessions about activities on Salutaris to make, then I think this audience is over.
So would it be fair to say that what are I to confess? I might be extradited into your territory. Falscraft.
Yes, I have a responsibility to see that the justice of Salutaris, takes place. I have only an interest, not a responsibility, to see that it happens on Agrestis.
So, what sort of crime would prevent me from being shot in your courtyard? One of those sham duels you get. Falscraft.
There is only one crime on Salutaris that warrants execution or death in any form, and that is the attempted or actual assassination of a member of my family. I
Oh.
do not think you have engaged in that, and
No.
so you will find the sentences quite light in comparison.
Oh. He thinks. And what sort of crime might I expect to be forced drugs to repay my wounds against Salutaris in your house through community work of a rather long period?
You may misunderstand, Miss Moreau. I'm not offering to accept a false confession
Oh, it won't be
to
false,
spare you.
Straffen. It will be real. I just don't want to confess to something that will get killed as or impoverished. But I get the feeling that I shouldn't be on Agrestis. Trying to see what keeps me off Agrestis and satisfies your justice. There are a variety of things your marshal is investigating Iowan Industries about. I'm just trying to see which one is of mutual benefit.
Erica says, "What skills do you hold?" And she clarifies that I would not find criminal.
She actually laughs. But she finds it in herself to calm down and kind of clear her throat and get herself together for a second. Just shocked that you said that to her. I have a way of moving things and people and information discreetly and making sure that nosy, well, I suppose not marshals in your case, but nosy investigators or spies, I suppose I've done that. Nosy people learn that being nosy is a way to be reminded that not everyone is equal. And I have a way of making sure that's done at a minimal cost, a maximization of productivity. I would offer the ability to break up any unions or worker associations, but I get my understanding is Salutaris celebrates such things, offer those services. I don't benefit from it. But if you want a problem solved quietly, or a fight handled on a street level, I am a far softer hand than your colonel back, and a more detached response than Silvanus Johanna Rashid or your Ritter Marshal. It's not illegal, as long as you say it isn't. Or you correct me, of course. You are the ruler of Salutaris. I would deign to overstep for my own safety, if nothing else. There's one other thing I could offer, though, now that I think about it, if you would hear me, Felscroft. As she waits, because she realized she kind of interrupted you.
Go ahead.
I could expand and establish a branch office of Iron Hand Industries on Salutaris. I am of the understanding that your House Beleza is in a period of expansion. Want assistance with such matters. It doesn't have to be artillery. I've learned a lot in my time with the Chom, how to operate in the variety of commercial enterprises that are close to the Imperium.
Well, having heard the skills that you have to offer, it is likely that confession of any criminal activity which was not violent in nature would result in assigned service relevant to your skills.
So there was a time, and she goes on to confess in detail a crime that involved misappropriating some building materials that was going to a Highliner build into a ship that's going somewhere else so she can make a profit. Basically, you were going to move something from a warehouse to where the build yards would be, and that it didn't go there, it went somewhere else. It's one of those cases that Moonshadow's been working on for a while, trying to figure out how the hell that happened. It hasn't hurt, I mean, it hurt someone's wealth. Like, someone got really ripped off and lost a lot of money on the deal. You barely noticed, because it's one part of a much larger machine. It is a crime, though. It is, you know, it's fraud, theft, grand theft, because it's a very expensive bit of material she took.
Then Erica says, as Falsgrafen of Salutaris, I accept your confession as freely given and accurate. And as judgment, finding that you have no useful skills relevant to the House Beleza, you will be assigned to work as a woodcarver in the suites of the current Highliner for a period of 10 years. And you will repay not only the money given to you in this investigation by the Lady Gallia, but also any funds relevant to the crimes you have confessed. And you will first be allowed to receive training on your new skills.
I'll certainly take that over what was going to happen on Agrestis.
Then I will, give the wave for the for her to be taken into custody.
House Beleza has gained a new enemy. Not Valerie, she's out of the picture now because she basically took a plea deal to not get killed. So she's happy with it. The Moreaus and Iron Hand Industries are not.
Yeah, I'll send a message to Corvin that Valerie is taken care of. Other Moreaus only as they make themselves problems, and that she's currently serving time for things done on Salutaris, and that I'll deliver her in about 10 years.
You get a very terse acknowledged message back.
Because none of this is what he actually wanted.
No, you wanted her to float through space. What do you mean she's not dead? Fine, she's taken care of. I don't like how you handled it, but whatever, it's done. I don't have to worry about her anymore.
Yeah, you know, I don't know how he feels about it. I'm under the impression that I'm getting my favor eventually.
Oh, you're still getting it.
Because-
He's just unhappy. He has his preference. If anything, you came off a bit soft-handed to him, but whatever. Your soft-handed way worked. Sometimes you don't have to shove people out airlocks. Go figure. Other ways to solve problems.
Yeah, glad we finally got someone to commit a crime that was not attempting to murder the family.
So, we swivel the camera off to the planet Ikaz. As Ritter Marshal Mill Moonshadow goes back to the residence that has been set aside for her, along with a certain noble.
Alright. I'm gonna try to get back into that residence without being detected.
Move difficulty of 3.
Okay. I'll use duty as a focus. And I shall buy myself 2 extra dice with a combination of momentum and threat.
Which combination?
I
You
think
could do 2 momentum, 1 threat, or 1 momentum, 2 threat.
That's what I'm gonna do, 2 and 1.
Which 2?
Sorry, 2 momentum, 1 threat.
Okay.
Dang. That's unfortunate. Oh well. I'll take it. I'll take the veil. I don't want to spend my determination for the session just yet.
You're met by armed guards who watch you climb through a window.
That an AP?
Oh yeah, that's a failed high diff roll. Yep.
Okay.
Halt! Who goes there? And a lot of guns are pointing in your direction. Swords are drawn.
I will say, is it your practice to draw weapons on your guests?
Identify yourself now.
I am the Ritter Mill Shadow.
Communicate difficulty 1, just to get these people to
Okay.
actually listen to you for a second, instead of just shouting orders at you and doing something very stupid. Someone might get itchy.
Persuasion count as a focus?
Yep. You could be a
Okay.
spy pretending to be Mill Moonshadow, here to murder their noble. Well, you get a momentum, but either a complication happens or I get 2 threat.
Oh, you can have 2 threat.
The duty captain for the guard kind of comes along. That's the Ritter Marshal, you idiots. Back to your post. Like, yeah, sir. And they round. Captain kind of comes to attention. Ritter Marshal, we weren't expecting you to... Well, 1, we didn't know you left, and 2, usual way to re-enter the building, I must say.
One must always keep their skills fresh. I
Well,
appreciate your restraint.
it's a very dangerous place to enact exercises, Ritter Marshal. There is a war of assassins. They may have my men, if they were far more zealous, may have shot you out of fear that you were here to kill you. As far as we were aware, you were still here. It must have been your attire that made them pause.
Oh, nod. I will take that under advisement. I appreciate the warning.
Do you need any other assistance getting bags through the window, Ritter Marshal, or?
No. I appreciate the offer.
Very good. Have a pleasant night, Ritter Marshal. Gives you a salute and he carries on with his guard duties. A little confused, but you know what? Not gonna ask. Worry about it. His problem.
He's not asking and I'm not offering.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll go back in. I am certain that's gonna get reported to somebody, but whatever.
Mm-hmm. So?
So once I get there, I'll ask with the host whether or not there were any messages for me.
None at present, no.
Alright. Otherwise, I will await my delivery of the chocolates.
You receive them the following morning.
Okay. I will take them and yeah, that, correct me if I am misremembering, but the delivery person was supposed to be my guide through the forest, right? Or was the chocolate containing instructions to meet the guide? I forget.
They contain instructions to meet where to meet the guy.
All right.
Basically, it's more of it's sent from a certain address, so that's kind of your cue as to where that person is.
All right. I will take note of the address. And then I'll remember the address and destroy the packaging.
Yep.
Or at least the wrapping that the address is written on. They received that. What time of day do I want to sneak out at next?
I may remind you, there's a favor on your end to pay for what.
Right. What do I owe again?
You needed to give one of her Lady Celeste's lady companions, shall we say, a way to access the noble who's staying with you without anyone missing.
Right. And that person was supposed to come and visit that evening, right?
They are, well, once you have it, you would be able to communicate that to the Lady Celeste so she knows to send her girl through the path that you found.
Gotcha. In that case, I'm going to, I recall now, what I will try to do is, so how much is provided for me at this lodging house?
In what manner? Like you have your own. Think as if you are sharing a small mansion with another person. So it's almost like a sort of winter getaway or summer getaway type small mansion for rich people. And one wing is dedicated to you, one wing is dedicated to the other noble. And then there's guards everywhere.
Does it come with its own servants or no?
You'd have servants assigned to you because you're a richer noble. You're a knight. You're not expected to patrol or police the area. You're for your own reason. You're basically being provided free housing and service by House Akaz to stay here, or in service to one of their houses, one of their banner houses by extension.
I will. Do I know the other noble who is staying in the other wing of the house? Have I had a chance to meet them yet?
You've seen him on passing, but you haven't made any attempts to speak with him.
Okay. I will seek a chance to speak with him and also to learn a bit more about his daily habits.
Give me understand difficulty of 2.
Does physical empathy apply?
I'd say so.
Okay. Does duty count as a drive in this case?
Is that why she's doing it?
Yes, in that doing this gets me the aid I need so that I can try to find the false graph.
Okay. I'll take it.
I shall spend the momentum for 1 extra die. And yes, I am using a focus. Submit. Ooh, nice roll.
2.
Surprisingly.
You learn that he is the Lord Sebastian Rivenwood. He is part of one of the minor houses loyal to Akaz.
Okay.
From observing him and getting an idea of how he acts around the house and how the guards act around him, this is a lot of you observing things rather than actually speaking with, just getting a read. Oops, no. There we go, sir. He's a sort who is especially cautious and conscious of the war of assassins on Akaz, Moritani agents. And he does not allow anyone to come even close to touching him. He will threaten violence if someone doesn't really get the hint. So guards tend to... servants don't help him dress, he dresses himself. Servants don't bathe him, he bathes himself. That sort of thing. Like, there's a lot of comforts that he doesn't take to make it especially difficult to get to him.
Okay. So basically he's a wary and untrusting sort, basically.
Yeah. There's a reason why he hasn't come over to say hi to you.
All right. So if they're gonna gain entry into his room, it's probably not gonna be through fast talking. They're gonna need to find some other means in, from what I understand. All right. And regarding the entryway to his quarters, like physically, where is it in the building?
He basically has the run of the west wing, and you have the run of the east of the.
Okay.
He's on the second floor. Same as you, though. You're both kind of off the ground. Makes it harder for someone to just rush your building and get at you.
Does the building have its own, like, does each wing have isolated ventilation systems? Is there a ventilation system?
Understanding too.
Okay. Just trying to, basically, in short version, I'm trying to figure out where the holes in the security system are, because there are always holes. It's just the question of how big they are.
I'll expand that for you then to 4, because I can get to wheedle that out. If it's not the filtration, if it isn't the air system, it might be something else.
Yeah, because after the air system, my next question would be like, how well maintained are the windows, those sorts of things. So,
right.
Okay then. I'll continue with my duty drive. Difficulty 4 on this, eh? I'll spend 2 momentum and 3 threat to go up to a full met. Would either danger sense or physical empathy apply on this one?
I wouldn't say so.
Okay. That's alright. I know what I'm going to spend my advancement points on this at the end of this session.
On the dot with the comp. Threat or complication.
You can take 2 more threat.
Okay.
Ouch.
The windows are especially secure. The air filtration systems are actually also they have like special interrupting grates that if someone were to crawl through and stuff like that, they're so well secured that it looks clear for a little bit, but when you kind of look through it, you notice that there are like fine meshes, which means that airflow is kind of bad in this place because of it. But that also means that little drones and killer drones can't be moved around easily because they run into stuff. Falling through would make a lot of noise because you'd have to get the mesh out of the way. The windows would be reinforced to prevent people from just throwing stuff through the windows. A certain type of reinforced glass with a reinforced window. The door itself is rather reinforced, but for all that, at some point, a servant does have to go into the room to clean things, to attend to things. He's never there when they do that, but that'd be a way for someone to get in. If they could become a servant, they could get into the room and then just not, or they get someone to leave for them. Like they'd follow a servant and then they would just stay in. As long as someone came out, the guards would think might be made to believe that there was only one servant, because normally there is only one.
Okay. And do I know how often the servants come around?
Twice a day, once for lunch and once in the morning.
Okay. Okay. I don't have too many connections here. But she was just looking for the way. She wasn't looking necessarily for me to secure the way, right? Or was she also looking for me to secure the way?
You've found out the bare minimum. If you secure the way, that would be an she might take that as a special favor from you, but to be even, you've gotten the information you need.
All right. Is the other noble particularly like how do the servants think of him? I'll ask one of them when they're in my room.
Give me communicate difficulty.
Okay.
You may not want to be talking crap to a noble about another noble. They're a commoner, and you could get them in a lot of trouble.
That's fair. I'll use persuasion as a focus on this one.
Yep.
And I will use the fact that I'm recently raised as a noble. Basically, like, yeah, okay, I'm a noble, but it's in name only. Seriously.
Oh, so can I have the room?
So what difficulty was it again? Sorry, I forget.
5 now that you forget. No, it's 2.
Thank you. 2. So, do I want another die on this one? That's a good question. No, your threat is getting too high. I'll make do with just 2.
More threat means more AP.
Oh. Gain a momentum. You learn that the serving staff find Sebastian tiring is the polite way to put it, but he is very demanding about exactly, you can't open a bottle for him. He has to open it. No, not those bed sheets, those bed sheets. Why is this a different color? Like, he is meticulous, and at first it's, who cares? They served House Agrestis, House of Kaz. So they're expected to have a very high standard of service. But this is, he's been here for a couple weeks now, going on a month. Yeah, they're getting tired of this. Like, this is, there's being picky, and then there's being just tiring. But they can't tell him no.
And then there's picky, and then there's an extra crease in the pillowcase. Does this mean somebody's trying to assassinate me?
Yeah. And then it's like, oh, we'll do it. No, I'll do it. But make sure the appropriate person is, and actually, if someone gets too out of line, he informs the guard that they may be a security threat, which, because he's a noble, they have to take it seriously. They have to investigate that person. And if they get reassigned, usually. What happens to them after that, people don't know. House of Kaz is generally nice, but there is a war of assassins on. If you get in the bad graces of a noble, that's the end of your career. You don't get to work for a house, and that is a massive hit to one's finances. So people are very wary around him. They don't like him very much. They kind of get it, but at the same time, they think he's going over, and they wish he'd go. Not that they're saying he want him dead. They're just saying that they want him to just be in some other house, be someone else's problem, not ours.
If there was somebody who could give you a break from him for a day, would you take it? Is what I'm going to try to hint at without saying anything, obviously.
For momentum, they'll answer that.
Okay.
A day's break wouldn't be bad, as long as he came back, because I wouldn't want to implicated in anything. Ritter
course.
Marshal.
We serve the same lord. I don't want anything to happen to him either.
Of course, of course.
With that, I think I've secured it because I can put the lady in touch with the servant who wants a break for the day.
Yeah, I would say so.
So I'm going to send her a note on the agreed upon channels.
I will need move opposed to get that message safely to her. Someone here on this planet is watching what's happening.
Okay. Darn. Alright. Oof.
Hold it.
That is a lot of momentum that you're spending.
Hey, you get an AP out of it, so, you know, silver
That's an
linings.
AP.
I'll still use duty on this one. I will also buy up to a full move.
Okay.
Sadly. So you can take all that threat back. Would this count as a skill test to detect danger or hidden enemies?
I wouldn't say so. You're trying
No?
to secretly move a message so someone doesn't catch it or intercept it.
Gotcha. Shoot. I think I'm gonna spend my determination to reroll the.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 hits currently.
Good grief. Okay. Yeah, I will try spending my determination to reroll all 3 that were not successes.
Duty statement does hit. Yep. Had to think about it.
Move. Duty. 3 dice. No focus. Tied.
The camera pans away from you, and in the myriad streets of beautiful Ikaz, well, one of the cities of beautiful Ikaz, in this grand capital where the palace dwells and various people move, the common folk don't have to worry about wars of assassins because well, they would, except Moritani has stepped over the line a few times, so there is a tension that even commoners feel. A certain messenger or courier that you've agreed upon does head a certain way. And by sheer chance and coincidence, another courier happens to be going the same way they are. That second courier, as they're running along to head to their different destinations, your courier goes on without any worry. The second courier gets pulled into an alleyway and is never seen again. I rolled a comp, so the tie goes. Normally should have gotten that, but that comp will flip it barely.
Right. I am going to roll my d20 to see if I regain my point of determination. As I am driven.
Does it finally fire?
No.
Getting closer,
I cannot for the life of me roll below a 6, even though I once rolled 5 ones in a row. Go figure.
Is it 6 or lower? Still,
Yes,
either way.
it is 6 or lower.
So if that was a 6, you've been fine. Yeah, we'll pan the camera away from you as you have successfully informed Lily Celeste Baz that she has a way in. You now have an asset favor with Lady Baz, so that could be
Nice.
spent for something else down the line, whether it's for this adventure or even if you want it to be permanent, you'd have to spend to keep it. But yeah, for now, Lady Baz remembers that you did above and beyond what she asked you. Her life's a lot easier. Go back.
Now, hopefully she does not actually kill the dude, because
From your understanding of talking with her, she wants to get him to calm down and relax for a bit. Starting to become a nuisance to House Ikaz, therefore that becomes House Baz's problem.
yeah.
He's making Riverwood less of a problem. just relax. No, really, it's okay. Yes. I believe back on planet Kaitan, Johanna and Kareem had their plans to enact. Would like to enact it
Yes.
first, because it is the following day, so you do have your chance to reach out and talk to people.
You want to go ahead, Kareem? Jamie, you out there? Okay, so I guess Joanna will go ahead and give Jamie time to get back. So yes, did I get the information and invite to this meeting?
You certainly have.
Okay. So in dressing for this, I will eschew my usual habit of the forest weave and go for a more restrained version of a costume, traditional Reverend Mother kind of wear, because I think the excuse is that Lady Val is making a meeting and just bringing along a Bene Gesserit as an advisor kind of thing, if I'm remembering right.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, instead of doing my usual, I am from Silvanus, Reverend Mother attire, I'll do. It's hard to call the attire of a Reverend Mother less circumspect, but you know what I mean. Just the usual veils and bangles and jewelry.
So you don your habits and veils.
Mm-hmm. And meet up to travel over with the Lady Val.
Well, you are dressed to impress, Reverend Mother.
It is Kaitan, after all.
Hmm. As you're riding in the car. So, how worried should I be in this meeting? Should I be quiet and allow the Bene Gesserit sisterhood to have their voice, or do you wish for me to act as your screen?
That's an interesting question. Well, this business is on behalf of House Beleza rather than the Bene Gesserit, although I serve in multiple roles. Perhaps it would be best if you were willing to take the foreground, particularly in asking for information regarding to the Bastiano, and then if necessary, I can step in should things not turn out to be a little bit more confrontational than we might hope. But it's perfectly reasonable for a Fraioli envoy to be asking, even demanding on behalf of both Fraioli and Beleza, information about the whereabouts of a family member. So let's start there, and then if pressure should be applied, then needs to be applied, then we can move differently.
Very well, Revermuth. I will do what I can.
Unless you wish me to step into the foreground and allow you to disassociate Fraioli a little bit more from this. I do appreciate your assistance in all these matters, and I'm quite willing to take this on behalf of Beleza, while allowing Fraioli to remain somewhat backgrounded.
I would prefer that. I would believe House Fraioli does not wish to get more enmeshed with this Hanli than it already has through its marriage to Beleza. If I were to speak, it does give you more distance, but it does bring Fraioli closer to the engagement than otherwise would have been.
Very well, then perhaps you should take the position of a silent observer or witness. Your position will will clearly let them know that Fraioli does have an interest, which obviously they should, but is not perhaps the point of this particular sphere.
And with that, you are brought into the complex of facilities set aside for envoys who are here more often than not. It's not nearly as impressive as your suites. It's a place for envoys to be here, and Elacca does benefit from having they're not in the outskirts, as one might imagine. They actually are part of a larger housing complex of sorts. But it's the sort of place that if you're not a noble, you have no reason to be in this building or near the building.
Right.
And if you are, you better be ready to identify yourself to House Carino's military. That you do not want to have a talk with the Carino Marshal for trespassing. Eventually, you are led into the particular apartment of Elacca, and Lady Val is led in with you, and the two of you see that the room is decorated in various wood paneling. There is a strong sense of incense and essential oils and candles everywhere. It is like stepping out of the grandeur of Khitan, and you are amidst the forests of Elacca, and various sense of a sense of giddiness and relaxation, sense of ease. To wit, I will ask you for discipline roll, difficulty 2, to not be influenced by the various scents in the room.
All right, and I'm going to assume that both Prana Bindu and Imbiber of the Royal Blue Tea and its effects on Prana Bindu will kick in here.
Yes.
Which will give me 2 rerolls. Discipline and I'm going to argue for discipline truth because I'm attempting to resist the influence of things that will distort my perceptions of reality.
I'll take it.
Okay, I don't think any of my discipline will apply here. Rerolls. Diff 2, you say?
Yep.
Okay, take 1 for 3.
Oh, gain 2. You can see the Lady Val becomes much more at ease. She has a somewhat dreamy look in her eyes, but through very focused control of your breath, you breathe very, very shallow, just enough to maintain yourself. And you try, and that kind of keeps you from. If you stay here for a very long time, eventually it would affect you, but given how slowly you're breathing and how much you slow down your metabolism, it will hit you. If it does hit you, it'll hit you long after you've left the room.
Right. By that time, hopefully my blood chemistry control will have kicked in.
Yep. Silvanus, Johanna, Mershid, I have the pleasure of the highest order to introduce you to the envoy of House Elacca, Cassian. Cassian, Silvanus, Johanna, Mershid. The Reverend Mother, grand and beautiful, powerful and almighty of House.
Gotta give her a little bit of side eye.
You can tell she's high as hell. She's having a hard time controlling herself. Of House Salutaris. No, House Beleza.
Envoy Cassian, it is indeed a pleasure, and may I compliment you on the decor and sense of your apartments. I find it somewhat like a homecoming, although admittedly the forests of Silvanus have a different, less cloying scent.
Cassian takes up some sort of rolled up cigarette of some kind with herbs. You're not familiar with what he's smoking, but whatever it is, it seems to be counteracting scents around him. House Elacca, Reverend Mother, is always ready to any place comfortable. I could make a refuse a pleasant place to be.
Yes, the Sisterhood is well aware of the wonderful medicaments that come from the forests and rich flora of it is the planet is Ikaz, or is that the
Ikaz is the planet Elacca's on.
yeah of Ikaz, and of Elacca's universally known skills in extracting such things and in working in the beautiful woods of the planet.
I see you imbibe a few things of Silvanus, Reverend Mother. He gestures.
Well, one does like the home comforts.
Mm.
I lightly touch my hair.
I really do wish your steward would be more open to experimentation. I think SAP could go a lot further if it was smirks enhanced.
Some experiments in that direction have been tried in the past to no good end, unfortunately. It appears that the sap will yet keep its secrets. And speaking of secrets, I come to you today in the hopes that you, as an envoy of your house, might be able to help me, as an envoy of House Beleza, to solve a mystery.
And what does a spy master of Beleza have to do with me, Reverend Mother?
Why?
Lady
Simply
Val begins giggling, probably. And then she looks at
Side
you a
eye.
little guilty, like, sorry about that, and kind of goes to find somewhere to drink some water.
Oh, just a simple demand for the whereabouts and return of the Falsgraf Sebastiano Frioli. Last seen first in what was he on Elacca land or on a Kaz where
It's a Kaz, right? Because we sided with the Kaz. Elacca is the enemy.
well, but Elacca is the house of a Kaz. It's betrayed them. So, were you guys at Elacca's domain when all this happened?
No, I think we were defensive, right? Erica is a soldier, not a assassin, so we would not.
No, right. But there was something we did. This happened when you were dealing with something with House Elacca. So were you like defending House Elacca, or what was?
No, we've only ever been enemies of Elacca, right?
No. Elacca was a house of Ikaz, who is our ally, but they have kind of betrayed House Ikaz, although this did not really come out publicly.
Then yeah, I think that is what we said, that it was like defending on a journey to their territory. Elacca's territory, yeah.
Whose last known whereabouts were on land of Elacca. Blah, blah, blah. And please, don't insult my intelligence by trying to deny any involvement whatsoever. We have traced the payments from Elacca to the replacement and imposter Falsgraf that we have uncovered.
Yeah, we're intrigue fighting now. He does not want to tell you no. They're making a very pointed accusation that he could make a problem elsewhere, but he might be convinced to take care of it privately.
Right.
So I think your opening move is communicate.
Okay.
And I think you are using an asset to twist his arm to explain. Because you have the legal strategies that were assembled and also blackmail materials that were assembled.
Okay.
Which one are you firing at him?
Okay, is this blackmail too? Is that the proof that Elacca has betrayed a Kaz, but that hasn't been revealed yet, or is that the legal strategy?
My understanding was the blackmail was what Kareem learned about the finances and stuff. The legal strategy is what would be needed to be done to bring this to
Lancerod.
Okay. So the blackmail is, we know you've betrayed your patron house, and we have the proof, and this is part of it, what you did with our Falsgraf.
Right.
So yeah, I'll start with the blackmail too then. And I'm going to go for truth, because that's what I'm trying to get after here. Where is the Falsgraf?
Boop, boop. Full mint.
And do this. Neurolinguistics is a focus.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me mark that AP. And then I will give you 2 and 4 for a full med of my own.
It's a good thing he resisted those drugs. He would have had so many bonuses to talk to you.
Right.
What is with your rolls today, guys? Gee.
He did pretty good too there, though.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Um, 6 because of a trait. That's still short. The spend 3 threat to use his drive. Statement. It's the message that matters, really. He doesn't have to admit it. He can just talk around it. He answered you, just not the way you wanted him to. 2, 3, 7, 8. 1 override.
Is it possible to help here by because you can create an asset from determination, can't you?
I've already spent mine.
Yeah, I know, but
Okay.
you can, right?
Yeah, that's one way to create an asset through determination.
All right. Since I explicitly, like, I don't know that this specific thing is going on, but I sent Johanna here to do this, and Johanna knows that she has the full backing of the like, we're already prepared for war, so there are liberties she could take to squeeze this out of him that could not be taken if she was trying to maintain the peace.
Like a threat of Canley, sort of.
Yeah, and that we're ready for it. She doesn't have to worry about accidentally taking us into it.
Who's creating the asset?
So yeah, I would spend my determination to create the asset. I think of like full support of Beleza, and then Johanna could use it.
I don't know how that gets me up to the 8 I need, though. I'm still 1 short.
Because like all
Other traits.
traits. You use it to lower the difficulty to get a free hit. Like he used one of his personal ones.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so I would also get a free hit from the blackmail too, right?
You're using it as a weapon.
Okay, so yeah, then the free hit. So that puts me at a tie anyway.
That's enough to damage him. So that's 4 to him. Or on its own is not enough. We shall spend to do a little extra damage, or swing back, as it were.
Is it 1-to-1?
Is your mama?
It's 2 for 1, and it's not
Yes.
repeatable.
Okay, so yeah, I'll give you a threat to score 2 more damage. Or no, 2 threat for 1 hit. Yeah. Sorry, had it reversed.
I mean, if he takes it, why not?
5 is not enough.
Yeah.
He is going to bend 3 threat. And create an asset where he reveals to you that despite everything that has happened between House Ikaz and House Elacca, the current state of things may not go the way you think if two great houses align with Elacca. Oopsie. Implying House Mauritania and House Arconin might side with Elacca. So he's using that to match your full support from House Beleza.
Okay, so that just kind of cancels it out.
And then he'll do a regular communicate to try to threaten you, try to browbeat you a bit, thinking, no. You want to back off. You don't want to lean on me. This is a mistake. I have more support than you do, sort of threat. Full admit.
Got it.
I mean, he says it a lot more diplomatically than that, but
All right,
Johanna can hear the threat clear as day. I would say Lady Val would assist, but she's useless to you right now.
Right.
The water tastes like pear juice to her, and she's really having a trip about that, 'cause she's pretty sure she poured water. Don't do drugs, kids.
Unless they're really good drugs.
No. So you buying any dice?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I will meet your full mit with my full mit. This is the communicate roll.
Yeah.
Nice. Focus. Let's see.
5. Am I right? Six total.
Right. Take 3 threat for voice.
Oh, what? Voice?
Yep. Any communicate test made to influence your chosen target.
Ah, right.
So 3 automatic successes for 3 threat. 2, 4, 5, 8.
Oh.
Mess with the Bene Gesserit. Get the vibes.
Let's take a chance here. Spend my 3 threat to lean into his statement again. He'll answer the voice. He's just going to be very careful how he words things now, because the voice is kind of forcing him to think a certain way. He has to work around that. Oh, so I'm going to reroll that 15. You know what? I might as well go to the wall here. I'm going to reroll 4 dice to leave that 4. I'm hoping to get within his... Trying to get more hit. A lot of ground. That was a mistake. That was a terrible mistake.
He brings out his own box.
Put your hand in the box. Envoy, that
handed
is
this.
very not how that works. Put your hand in the box. No. Yeah, so somewhere along the way, he has lost the plot as the voice kind of makes him forget to take a regular smoke every so often.
I was about to say that's what I actually said. The voice was stop smoking.
Yeah, and so now he's inhaling, and so he gets really loopy, and he still useful though, because this isn't his first rodeo. But
Right.
yeah, no, he kind of was a little quiet for a bit. So fine. Let me smoke. Damn it, I need to think.
I nod.
God. Throws that away. Throws the one he let burn up to his fingers. Grabs another one, lights it up, starts smoking. Takes a breath again. Right. What did you want to know again? Oh, I'll tell you whatever, just don't do that again.
Where is our Fallsgraf? And how quickly can you have him back to us?
I don't know. I'd have to ask our spy master. If I were to guess, if he would be at the mansion, since Trades basically wrecked the place. He's either out in the forest somewhere, or looks over at Lady Vald and looks at you, or the Talaxu have him. I'm not lying to you. That's all I know. They wouldn't tell me that sort of thing. Besides, the way the war's going, I'm not sure I'm gonna have a job here anymore. So, yeah.
Well, if the Fallsgraf has wound up in the hands of the Teliaxu, that would be very unfortunate for House Elacca. So, Joanna will stand and kind of smooth out her robes and go, then I look forward to your information from your spy master. In the meantime, you may tell her that we have taken actions with Chom to apply some further economic pressure to House Elacca. A rapid response to our questions, and not to say demands, would be most appreciative, or I will be forced to take measures in the Landsrod.
Well, hold on. Let's not get hasty. Just give me a second. Let me think. I really lit too many. I have an idea. I imagine you'd want to get him, the Fallsgraf, yourselves, rather than have us get him. Right? Like, unless you want him gift wrapped and you're gonna believe that we didn't just do another switch. You'd rather get him to make sure it's him. Right?
That would seem to make the most sense under the circumstances, yes.
Right. Okay. Please stop touching the flower, Lady Val. Huh? Oh, sorry. As she looks like she's about to grab onto a cactus and, like, stopping her from hurting herself. Now look, River Mother, sorry. I can inform you about where we have a safe house on Ikaz, and I could lead them to believe that they need to be somewhere else because Beleza is going to, or whoever, say whoever. We can make them go somewhere else. So that, if he's at that safe house, really hope he is at this point, because I want to deal with this again, you can get him, and there won't be any guards. If he's not there, then I can only tell you I think he's with the Talaxu. But where else we would put him without everyone on Ikaz knowing?
Very well. I believe we have the assets already in place we should need. Put your plan into action, and I will have our people move.
Nods off some more.
And I step up really close to him and go, and make no mistake, and please make this message very clear to your superiors. House Elacca has interfered with the bloodline of a noble house, introducing a non-human element into the marriage bed. If this gets out, you won't just have political ramifications, but the Bene Gesserit will view such things with extraordinary seriousness. as a
I'll,
violation of the Orange Catholic Bible and the Covenant. Do I
holds up-
make myself perfectly clear,
He hold-
envoy?
he holds up his hands and kind of backs away from you in his chair as best as he can. He doesn't want to get too far away from his ashtray and other supplies.
Right.
As the word will be passed. The word will be passed.
And I kind of turn. Come, Lady Val. I believe our business here is done. Envoy, I look forward to your message shortly.
He nods.
And I'm going to need to get. What is it? A distrans? Well, how do you communicate over vast distances? Is it like distrans to a
You would,
highliner?
you would send
and
it to a
then the hi-
highliner, then the highliner would carry the message, like via courier, to your target.
Okay.
If you're not careful, it's very easily intercepted. That's all it takes is an agent to sit around on a highliner and grab it while it's on the move.
Right. Sorry, I'm having to do this. It doesn't expand to let me see the entire asset. I don't think I have a asset where I need it for that. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I'm going to have to get that communication ready to go, to set up like a secure route to get word to Mill on Akaz, so that as soon as I get word from Cassian, I can get word to her.
Say that again, sorry.
I mean, I can do it when I get word from him, but I'm going to need to set up a secure communication courier route, whatever, from here to Ikaz.
I'm gonna need a move that is rolled that is opposed. There is someone out there trying to look into your affairs.
Of course there is. There always is.
Buying a full mid.
Okay. Move truth. I will match your full mit, so take 6. Pitch for other memory, because I can guarantee you Reverend Mothers of the past have had to do something like this before.
I would say so, yeah.
Stealth for a focus.
Yes.
Did they give you anything for other memory? No. That is a comp. 2, 3, 4. I've got 7 total with a comp.
I got 1. Sorry, 2 because of a trait. Still.
Okay.
Gain 5 momentum.
Take 2 threat for the comp.
Okay. You send a message off to into the hands of Ritter, the Ritter
Right.
Marshal.
But there is a safe house that will become unguarded. And I mean, I was gonna wait until I had the information from Cassian about when and where and all that.
Very good. While that's going on, Kareem Kabata, what are you up to on planet Kaitan?
Well, I've got a meeting scheduled with the man of the man of the man of House Atreides.
Do you hire a car to go there, or do you walk across the grand capital?
Walking. How far of a walk is it?
Enough that it'd be a move difficulty 1.
God.
To not
What
get
about public
lost.
transport? Any hope for public transport or no?
That's part of it.
I'll take a car.
Thankfully, you're staying at the Sapphire Spire, so there's no movement roll. The Sapphire Spire is making sure you get where you're paid for the room.
Sapphire Spire.
So, you find yourself approaching the mansion Atreides, the grand house of a great house that not only has enough room for the entirety of House Atreides to come to Khitan if they so wished, along with all their servants. It is almost a palace in and of itself, for all its grandeur. And the mansion does look very, very busy. They are in the midst of a war of assassins, after all, and they have various matters, great and small. You are one of many cars that come and go. A guard does come to you to demand your business, what you're doing here. After very briefly explaining to him what you're here for, they don't fight. They check their records. They see you're supposed to be here, and you get escorted into the...
Okay, well, I'll wait patiently for this assistant of an assistant to show up and take me to wherever I have to go.
Actually, wait, I forgot.
I'm meaning the asset of the treasure. Or an asset of the treasure.
You come into the company of a person who doesn't look like he works for a treasurer. He looks like a soldier. He's in full uniform. He has decorations of some kind on his chest and decorated epaulets. As he steps into the room, he does take off his hat and kind of tuck it under his arm. For a second, there may be a feeling that this isn't who you're supposed to meet. This is like some guard to tell you about a security issue of some kind. But he does sit down across from you in this, it's not even a proper office. It's more just a straight up meeting room with like a couple of couches, a table, various artworks on the wall. You see in the back there looks to be a bit of cleared off space that probably could be used for training or exercise or something like that.
Hey, I'll count my lucky fucking stars we're not in a tool cabinet.
The officer sitting across from you sits bolt upright. He kind of glares maybe? You're not sure. He's just staring at you. You feel that you're being measured.
Karim Kabada of the Order of Amentats and currently treasurer to the minor house of Beleza. A pleasure to meet you and thank you very much for the time you have taken to meet with me.
I'm Commander Novarix, and I'm led to believe, Treasurer, that you have information of use or purpose for House Atreides. So, let's hear it.
Well, okay. Let's say for posterity's sake, can I create an asset that I just like a quality 0 asset that I have papers with me detailing this blackmail, considering I gave most of it to Johanna?
For 2 momentum, I'll have that.
Yeah, go ahead, just so we can like get through this smooth. Right. I'd like to show you these papers that I have found regarding a noble house which is under increased scrutiny currently on behalf of Cho. Now, I know that perhaps it is not my business, but I wanted to petition your house and Well, I know for a fact that I'm never going to get a audience with your treasurer, at least not in this decade, or perhaps centennium. So I have perhaps come to speak with you, to see if you could perhaps plead my case to your superiors. You see, currently this minor house that the papers refer to will be put under a CHOAM blockade. They will, hopefully, should my contact do his part of the deal, be forbidden from trading spice. Among other things, hopefully some commodities as well will be restricted to them. I know it's probably none of your business, but we tried not to declare open-handedly against them, but rather solve this in a more, I would say, diplomatic approach where we try to choke out the will to live from their very veins. You understand, of course, right?
I understand what you're saying, Treasurer.
The situation behind it is too complex, and frankly, I do not think I should bother you with the details completely of it. There is something else that I wanted to petition to you and your great house, of course. We have in House Beleza a common interest to protect ourselves, perhaps, from the more subversive elements that stalk the grounds we call CHOAM, from which we all feed on. I believe that elements within CHOAM exist currently that have allowed this subversion, which minor houses are up to occur. And I believe that there are more of them. Again, I know it is probably foolish of me to ask of you this, but I would like the support of you and your house in the board of directors, because the board of directors does not care for me digging around in these datas, so to speak. And the board of directors is currently willing to let all of this slide, just so long as it doesn't happen again. But it does happen again, and it will happen again. To you, to me, to someone else perhaps. What I'm trying to say is, I wish to put a stop to it. And to efficiently put a stop to it, I need your backing. The backing of your great house, if you will.
I am confused, Treasurer. Why do you not appeal to House Akaz for them? Why reach out to us?
House Akaz has its own interest, so to speak. I believe that House Atreides is a house that is just and fair and deals with everyone justly and fairly as well. Therefore, forgive me for saying this, but where else to knock except at the door of the boss's boss? That would be you.
So you believe? Do you have reason to believe that House Akaz is not a friend of House Atreides? That we shouldn't trust them?
No, that is not what I'm implying. Okay. I'm implying that House Akaz has its own interest within CHOAM, which they would like to see protected. What I'm trying to do is blow this whole conspiracy wide open before it hits anyone else. You, me, or any other great or minor house. CHOAM controls a lot. CHOAM controls perhaps too much. CHOAM is getting greedy, and CHOAM is also getting sloppy. We all get fed by CHOAM, and the last thing that I would want to see is our food supply, so to speak, getting cut off. To stop this, subversive elements must be rooted out, systematically and justly, first and foremost.
You speak with the weight of your...
need your support.
You speak with the weight of your house?
By the power entrusted in me by the Pfalzgraf and Erika III of House Beleza.
Huh. What would you ask us to do if House Akaz arrayed itself against you?
CHOAM is looking to subvert House Beleza in its efforts to gather power. We are but a minor house, of course we have ambitions to be more. we someday aspire to be as great as House Atreides, perhaps. Although I know it is perhaps a millennia away, we are here to try. Chom is looking to subvert us, and should the chaos array itself against us, I require your house's help in the board of directors. We would prove a valuable ally, should you have us. So far, I believe my house has done much to array itself towards House Atreides.
Has it? What way?
Out of character, in what way did we actually array ourselves to House Atreides? Winchester?
When their lord's fiance was murdered, our house sent its heir along with other assets to defend its interests and the interests of the aggrieved family of the fiance.
Do you recall, perhaps, Commander Novarix, as I have been informed by my superiors, of when one of your family members' fiancé passed away, sadly? We sent our envoy to protect your interests and our interests, of course, and offer our support to the aggrieved.
He looks at you.
Passed away instead of viciously and violently murdered
Yeah.
everybody.
I'm trying to be nice.
Yeah. The soldier doesn't seem to appreciate that particular gloss over, but he doesn't point it out, but you can tell he's a little irritated.
I'll put on an apologetic face, just for him.
One might be led to believe that is, you responded as any house loyal to House Akaz should have.
That is correct. By arraying ourselves with House Akaz, we have, so to speak, thrown in the towel with House Atreides, do we not?
Given that the marriage did not occur, not as much.
That does not mean that the marriage perhaps is still not an option. If I recall correctly, there may still be a chance.
Treasurer, I have to walk this up my superior's chain of command and eventually explain this to a very particular mentor. Why, in God's name, House Atreides would shield a minor house from Chom, and how it would benefit Atreides. At present, all I know is that House Beleza's treasurer come to me telling me of such, showing me papers which I believe would be very damaging to House Elacca, would be very damaging to members of Chom. But frankly, treasurer, he hands the paper back. I don't see how I'd explain this as being House Atreides. Why we'd be willing to sacrifice ourselves for even against our allies. You believe House Akaz is going to array against you, and you don't have their support. I'm not sure, short of, even if you were to offer the loyalty and fealty of your house, not that you could as a treasurer, but if your Falsgrafen wanted to, I'm not sure even that would be enough to risk everything.
May I just a quick I wouldn't want to be seen as correcting you, of course, but I do not believe it is House Akaz who will array ourselves against us. It is Chom themselves.
Chom is the houses.
Of course, yes. But you don't perhaps understand the gravity of what I have presented to the Chom executives. You see, their entire rotten little structure is trying to crumble down very slowly, and I may have perhaps presented myself as the door kicker which will sufficiently push this. Chom, of course, did not appreciate this. You ask how this could benefit your great and illustrious house. I tell you the following. If it happened between us and House Elacca, it could happen, God forbid, between you and House Harkonnen. Dirty papers flow everywhere, and I'm afraid that they do not stop at minor houses or nascent houses. Deals are being done in the back, and backs are being stabbed. And frankly, I worry when it's going to reach a stage where everything is going to implode. That is why I require your support. Should you refuse me, I completely understand and would not hold it against you whatsoever. But I come here before you, humbly asking for your help and support. I cannot promise you anything that you already don't have. You're a great house. But if you want to see this rotten structure brought down, and a new order being established, and justice delivered to those who deserve justice the most, then I humbly ask you, support us.
Unless you can assure us that your liege house, you, our ally, our friend, those who would have married my duke, I can't see how we'd ever shield Beleza. Akaz, you don't know if Akaz is going to go against you or not, or even Steward of Silvanus. You can't assure those things. Then if we step in, if they happen to turn on you, or the representatives turn on you, we step in, we'll start a whole new war of assassin.
I understand. Like I said, I do not believe that House Akaz and the Steward of Silvanus would necessarily hold this against us, but swayed by the honeyed tongue of the representatives of Chom, of the CEOs and executives who sit here in the boardrooms at Kaitan, perhaps you are not too far from the truth. I see them as the main perpetrator, not the houses. What perhaps I was trying to accomplish here is try to create a unique market for both of our houses, for houses of like-minded opinions, who do not rely on the monopoly that Chom has to offer to them, the great prices on spice, on commodities, and everything else.
You speak of an economic revolution for the Imperium, and I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm not a treasurer, for one. I'm not saying that House Atreides would never come to the aid of those seeking justice, but I am saying that there are certain realities our noble masters want to accept. I have no case to present other than virtue and nobility, justice, which I'm glad you hold dear, but those do not move a spy master's heart, and they certainly don't move a great house to work against its ally.
I understand, Commander Novrix. Could I humbly ask you to at least pass on the message to Thufir Hawat?
I don't think you want me to do that yet. He may perceive you as a threat. May wish to find some assurances that House Beleza isn't trying to undermine the nobility. It's instead fighting to defend it. You can get your lieges to support you, then I think I can at least try to reach out. Actually, by that point, meet me. If you're able to get the Steward of Silvanus and House of Kaz to support you, or at least not oppose you, then you'll have the means to talk to Duke in the first place. Some lord probably can convince her himself. They're married. He waves a hand. That's all I can tell you. If I pass on the word, I'm telling you, I know that a spy master will see this in a light that will not be favorable to either of us. So I just don't want you to feel. I don't want you to feel under unfair scrutiny. I don't see you as trying to attack us, but he might. That's what spy masters do.
I understand. I appreciate your honesty, brutal as though it may be. And
Shrugs. Like, it's an apologetic shrug of he wishes he could be of more help. He's like, sorry.
I thank you very much for your time. I think I have taken up more than enough of it.
By the way, just as a friendly exchange of information, since you came all this way, we believe someone's tried to follow your car. We did stop them and turn them away, but I think someone's is trying to track your movements. We're not sure who it is, though. Just something you want to pass on to your spy master. Or handle yourself if it's a personal problem. I'm not going to poke my nose in it. I'd let you know what our security told me.
Thank you very much for telling me. I'll be sure our spy master knows.
Mm.
But if those who tail me wish to see me trying out new perfumes at the store, they are more than welcome to.
Well, he stands up and offers his hand out to you.
I'll shake it back.
Ah,
you
it's
again for
poison.
your
No,
time.
he shakes it genuinely.
Thank you again for your time. I'm once again very sorry for taking up so much of it. I hope that the relationship between our great houses can stay mutually beneficial as they always have.
Good day to you, treasurer. Travel
And a
safely.
good day to you.
Puts on his hat, and he goes one way, and you are escorted by guards back to your car.
No, that was a flop. Didn't expect much, but that was a flop.
Well, but he gave you the roadmap. You get the steward of Silvanus, then you get assurances that the Kaz won't step in against us or might even back us in this kind of situation, and then you can go back to Atreides.
Yeah, at least we got that. I'll send you Hana a note on her device or whatever you have with you that my car is being tailed and the Atreides security detained them.
You move to the to planet Silvanus. Actually, I moved you to Salutaris, and I forgot that Erica the Third is not going there. She's going straight to the planet.
Mm-hmm.
Is she traveling alone, or is she pulling people along?
Oh, no, the full entourage that went to Agrestis is going to Silvanus.
All right. Travel down there is pretty straightforward. Where on Silvanus are you going?
I want to start making the rounds to the chiefs and clan mothers, starting with the Sapweavers, probably, because the Sapweavers not only are the best with sap, they're the best in botany in general, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And do I don't think they do, but does the tribe have a concept of inviolable land? Like land that you have to have their permission to access?
Sacred lands, yeah, essentially. Same idea. Similar enough idea. Because there's the deepest deep, which is for the clan mothers only, and clan mother with no clan. But each tribe has a lesser sacred space or sacred land for things that are unique to the tribe. Usually, it has to do with tribal secrets or tribal rituals that are done with the clan. Usually, it's another way to put it would be either sacred land or clan mother land, because a clan mother's land in particular is presumed to be sacred.
And these lesser sacred territories, do they normally measure in a few hundred meters or square miles or tens of square miles?
It varies, but generally speaking, it's like an entirety of a cave. Sometimes it could be a simple collection of houses. For some of the very small tribes, the ones you interact with, they would have like a single house that is a mobile sacred space. It depends, but it wouldn't be like large tracts of land. That's not.
Okay,
The only
that's
one that
fair.
has huge tracts of land is the clan mother of no clan. The deepest deep is massive. No one's supposed to be in there unless she says you can go there. She's the only one who can travel in there safely.
Okay, well then, while I'm talking with them, I will have the condemned who have their forest power trait spread out around in the surrounding forest to just generally investigate and reconnoiter.
Okay. Any particular plan? Or you're just trying to make sure they're near.
Oh no, right. I'm here to find evidence of this defoliant weapon. So if they I don't know, if some private knocks a couple of leaves over and there's this giant red flashing light on a bomb or something, he can say something.
Okay.
It's like I don't expect them to find anything, but I would be remiss if I didn't look at all, right? So they're out there just to
give me. You might get lucky here. Difficulty 5. Battle.
And forest power makes it possible.
Forest power. I'll give you one free hit because they can go and they won't be slowed down by the wildlife and the forest itself. Diff 4 battle.
Oh, well, and I asked that. Are we allowed to use keywords like that? Because it's not a trait that I have. It's a keyword on the.
It's worth pointing out to me. It might. Okay. Yeah, the keywords are traits of the item. Sometimes most of the time the keyword is just it makes it possible, but sometimes it's a little tick over.
Okay. Then that's weird. You can't use focuses on other skills,
right?
Can you? Because I was about to say it's a battle roll, but the focus of botany feels like it would make sense. But I guess you can only use that on understand.
Right. This is more making sure that the troops actually move around in a useful manner that doesn't offend anything, but they might find something useful.
Okay, then strategy.
Yep.
Okay.
But there's going for a quick recon exercise, and then there's no, actually look for things, but don't look too hard because I don't want you to get shot.
Then I will use the War Master as an asset to reduce the difficulty, if that's possible.
Yep, that makes sense.
And I will spend 2 and give you 1. There's probably duty because I've made multiple agreements that require me to know this answer, right?
Right.
Oh, that brings me at 1 short. Um, um, let me see if so the War Master I think is useful primarily because she can organize troops, right? But she also has the keyword zealous, and maybe more than anyone, she wants to equally know the answer to this. So she's gonna be disciplined in not leaving stones unturned. So I might argue zealous.
sh- Zealous would make her be. She would be aggressive in search, because what your soldiers have been doing so far is searching without pushing the tribal military into anything or stopping them. If she goes zealous about it, she's not gonna care.
Okay.
She's gonna force. She's gonna use force of arms, big gun diplomacy to try to force these guys to back off. But she could do that, but that changes the tenor of what the condemned are doing. Don't know if you want to do that or not.
Maybe the only other argument is just because I'm duty bound to find this answer and report it to the steward and the Lancerod, because it is a potential violation of the Great Convention. So
yeah,
the right thing for me to do is to investigate.
Yep, I would say so.
And that brings me to a success with a complication, I think.
Better know.
I'm intrigued by the potential complications. So go ahead and give me the complication.
Okay, so they start shooting. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, well, War Master, it's time for you. Quality 3 War Master incoming.
I'm gonna give you a battle complication where you're starting to feel I'm gonna say the word flanked or encircled, something like that. Basically, you've now felt that despite your military moving around, there is this sense that the force power is what's keeping your troops alive and coming back to you. But there is this overwhelming sense that even if you can't see the troops and your troops didn't see anybody, you have this very deep-seated sense of something is watching us all the time. It's going to make future battle rolls for a while more complicated, because you're going to be jumping at stuff that isn't necessarily a threat. Like right now, through your training, that's the way you have to think. The forest is something. The things in the forest are something you need to be aware of at all times. When you leave the Savannah Wood, that feeling is, you're supposed to let that go and not think about that anymore, because the wider world isn't quite that dangerous. But it's going to haunt you from haunted. There's a word. That's what I use. Haunted, and it's going to increase battle complications until you deal with it. because your troops come back with all kinds of stories, and it's a sense that you get the feeling if you moved at the wrong point, or if your war master got a little too zealous, you might have a lot less condemned if they screwed this up. But they managed to follow your directions. They managed to keep cohesion, despite what the forest would otherwise make them do. But you do learn that there is certain areas that are military restricted, like anything else. There's troops here or there. Don't go here, don't go there. That's not unusual. You might see a ranger here or there. You might see a warrior here or there. Hunting parties and foragers and sapweavers, so on. You are a little more familiar with it, even as a person of Silvanus, in the sense that you're from this system, so you know more about how things work down here than most. But now there's a new thing that your troops report. There are certain areas that, as they're walking along and doing their recon, they suddenly find themselves surrounded by rangers and told to turn back. Now, the War Master does try a couple times to push it, but she knows she isn't cleared to get too aggressive, and they're turned away. At first, that isn't all that unusual, but when you compare what you know of the forest and tribes in general, these areas aren't marked as militarily secured areas. So it's one of those, they probably could, if they pushed the issue, they might have gotten in to find out, but it's almost like they're treating certain areas as if they were sacred ground, but they don't say those words. Like, that'd be the magic word. If they said, this is sacred ground, go away. It's a crime to go into sacred ground, and it's a fatal crime. Like, they're authorized to murder anyone who goes there who isn't supposed to be there, or just let the forest do it. So they know to go, oh, okay, we'll go away. We understand. That's breaking the law. They don't say that. They just kind of surround them and then tell them to go away. It's like there's certain areas of the forest that are being watched, specifically by the Moon Shadows. Because it's the Moon Shadows who are the ones ordering people to go every time.
It's always Moon Shadows. It's not like even in vicinity of Sapweaver territory, it's always Moon Shadows.
Yeah. There's a Moon Shadow representative says, you need to go away, or these people will be forced to make.
All right, I'll still speak with the Sapweaver first because last I remember, he was very partial to me.
Round. Not you. I got the name wrong.
And I'd prefer to meet with him and the clan mother, but I know that that's a big ask.
You can try a communicate difficulty 3 to see if the clan mother will do along with it. Basically trying to communicate that it's important enough that she should be here.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if I only meet with one of them, they'll just say, oh, I don't really have the power to agree to this. My other half needs to be here. And it's almost like they intentionally do that so they can never have the authority to make a decision on their own.
Until oh no, I totally have the authority to do that. Go away. Oh, okay. Now you have it.
I think probably duty, because they are now financially entwined with us. So there's, an understanding on both sides that some respect has to be given. Diplomacy is a focus?
Yeah.
All right. Take a threat.
Oop, I say.
Courtier as a trait?
Yeah.
I'll take the complication again.
You're beginning to come off a bit gauche in communications. There's a certain level of humility that the Silvani tribes tend to affect, and you're starting to preen a little too much, and it's hard to figure out what the line is to maintain your authority without coming off as lording over them. Which maybe you don't have a problem with that. It is going to complicate communication. Well. But, all in all, though, you are able to meet with the chief and clan mother of the Sapweavers.
I will leave Galia to watch over the War Master to make sure she doesn't do anything that's going to complicate things, and the War Master to overview the condemned to make sure they don't do anything.
Fair enough.
Everybody's got to have a keeper out here. And yeah, after expressing all the due respect to their positions, Erica will say, I appreciate you have chosen to accept my audience. I come down here to prevent a great calamity. There are growing rumors among some of the houses that you hold a weapon that could violate the Great Convention as a weapon of last resort to destroy the ecology of Silvanus. Maybe not personally within the Sapweaver clan, but the houses who have these rumors are too blind to know the difference between Sapweaver, Moonshadow, and alike. And as your chief was so gracious in helping us establish more food security, I felt predisposed to talking with the two of you first, hopefully to help me alleviate the concerns these houses have. And if not, to ensure that such a weapon is disarmed before others find out about its nature.
The chief looks over at the clan mother. The clan mother looks back at him, back at you. I'm not aware of any such weapon, Valsgrafen. I mean, I suppose if we wanted to, we could make it. See why destroying with wood would serve the will of Silvanus. I mean, as you say, maybe as a weapon of last resort, but it seems like saving one's honor by setting one's leg on fire, it doesn't.
But even without having done any work on the topic, just the concept you know to be easily achievable if one put their mind to it.
looks over at the clan mother. He says something to her. Kind of thinks for a second. There are secrets that each of us hold as clan mother. What you suggest, some of us could do. I'm not sure with ease. It would be a grand undertaking, take many years, if we were to do it secretly. We were to do such a thing. One couldn't do such things openly. We go to Valorian and ask them pharmaceutical facility have to be done entirely within the wood. It is doable, but it's an incredible amount of time.
I kind of watch her eyes as I say, it sounds as if you personally do not hold these secrets, only that you are aware of them. Do the Moon Shadows know of this secret?
They would be a tribe that would know those things. They're the masters of secrecy. They wouldn't be able to do it alone. They would need a Sapweaver to help them. Then again, Sapweavers and Moonshadows marry each other, and as you know, not everyone who is of a family serves only the family. But if any assurance to you, I have not been told by Clan Mother before me or the Clan Mother before her of any such plan. If the will of Silvanus wills the forest not to be, then the forest will not be. It doesn't need our assistance.
You know of my close connection to the Clan Mother of No Clans. If the forest willed it, she would be one of its chief instruments, and I would not be here asking questions.
She nods.
I say, if that is the case, then it almost tears at the soul to think that there could be those interested in such a weapon outside of the will of Silvanus.
A cultist plan, if anything, but you've destroyed them, for the part. Can't enact such a... And I can't imagine anyone being sympathetic to their cause within the tribes. If it's anybody, it would have to be the young, those not initiated. Even still, I don't know how they do it without a clan mother or chief knowing about it. Just, there's no hiding except in the shadow of the moon. And the moon shadows would know such things. Moon shadows wished to know. Chief, our Silvani chief, she waves a hand like she doesn't really honor the title that Wind Whisper has.
Hey, we have that in common.
But the chief, you know who, Chief Wind Whisper would want to know such things, because even if the Moonshadows were to use it on their own, they would need the rest of us to be okay with it. So only the young or foolish or...
I'm going to sit here and help her walk down this road, because she's slowly eliminating people and she's slowly coming to a conclusion. So I will just, at every pause, suggest an alternative, and just kind of let her walk herself through, coming to a conclusion.
Understand difficulty of 5. It's only possible because the clan mother Sapweaver knows way more than you and can actually start. All the stuff that she's doing would take you multiple investigations and intrigue to figure out. She just knows stuff. It's just a matter of figuring out what part of that information is useful, if it actually leads to something.
Understand. Is understand justice, because this is like walking through who could commit a murder, right? But on the grandest scale.
Yeah.
So you're
Who could commit
you
a
have to
war
go through-
crime?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I could see, especially given Erica's background, that makes sense.
Either advanced technology or botany is a focus.
Advanced technology.
That's not what I wanted to hear.
Yep.
Take the 6th threat.
Chief Sapweaver will try to help. He'll know as much as she does, but he'll try.
Help from the asset land rights. There are things that I can provide answers to about the places I have control over. Like, she's thinking like, well, it could be this guy from this tribe. He's always had a bit of trouble fitting in. I'm like, no, I have him, right? My people on my land say, he's always participating. He's not acting as a lone or anything.
Oh, yeah, I'll take that. It makes sense. Holy jump.
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm sorry. The chief is of no help.
This is the 3rd time in a row I'm one short with complications.
The will of Silvanus will be made known. I mean, what? Sorry.
Any help here from the holographic artwork of pain? The clan mother has heard how much personal sacrifice Erica will endure to make sure that the right thing is done. So she's not going to not say something because she fears what I would do, because she knows that I would do the right thing.
I'll take that. Yeah, that'd be enough to inspire to work a little harder.
All right, then have fun. Have a field day with your 2. Actually, no, I'll take those as threat. I want the answer to this. So I'll let you take those as threat, and I'll just succeed.
Wind Whisper wouldn't do that. Wind Whispers don't like doing things. Wind Whispers like, if he was gonna do some grand scheme, some grand battle, it would use the Rangers, use forest power. Destroying the forest weakens the wind. So it has to be the Moonshine. The clan mother of all clans has to be in. She isn't now, someone will be telling her. Which means they're gonna tell you She looks at you, and you can tell she hesitates for a second, like she's not sure she wants to complete the thought. But that moment, she thinks to the statue, and she remembers the stories that she's heard about it from people who went and said, no, that's a real thing. Like, you look at the pictures of, wow, really? She built this in a couple days? Yeah. Spent a whole month on this, actually. Oh my God, No, and her son, and all this other stuff, all this tragic stuff that's happened to her family. So, Clan Mother Sapweaver just kind of sits there staring at you for a second in silence, and then fills it in and says, I don't know this for certain. I don't want you to think I have knowledge. Will Silvanus guides us into things we and are inspired by, rather than the revelations of those far too much. I would say to you, young Erica, seek out the Clan Mother Moonshadow. You want to get an answer out of her. I would advise you to bring Mill with you. And if you trust Clan Mother Johanna, then bring her as well. Or you may wish to speak with the Clan Mother Johanna and see for yourself. Have her fess to whatever she knows. She knows nothing. Only person left I can think that could be behind this. Know the move. My mother.
Is she suggesting that Moonshadow is aware, and
if they're not behind,
if it's happening,
if they're not behind it, then they know about it, and they're not. They're not telling anybody for some reason. She's
okay. Okay, that's what I was getting. She's not just suggesting that they could figure it out. It's they're either actively involved or they're complicit by inaction.
Yeah, and she's saying the same of Johanna, because she's thinking there's only two people who possibly would have that information and keep this secret for this long.
Erica will say, has there ever been a Clan Mother that subverted the will of Silvanus?
There has. They don't stay Clan Mother. They have very short lives.
But not for long.
Though, if the Clan Mother of no clan was acting upon it, then I've never heard in all of our histories of a Clan Mother of no clan against Will Silvanus. It's regular Clan Mothers. We're regular people. We are not blessed by the will of Silvanus nearly as much.
I'll say, how old is the Clan Mother of the Moon Shadows?
She would say she's 90, but she's actually 80. Moon Shadows are known to brag. Chief's at work gives her a look like this isn't the time.
Yeah, I say everybody has reason now and again to be vain. Erica kind of worriedly thinks something out loud, maybe that shouldn't be thought out loud, but thinks and says, if she is that old and has yet to abuse the will of Silvanus, then what are the chances that her actions are in line with its will, and it has not yet been necessary to manifest that to the Clan Mother of no clan?
Chief Sapweaver gets up. He looks like he's about to yell at you. He looks out just deeply offended that you bring that up. But then the Clan Mother Sapweaver kind of touches him on the leg. as he stops and looks at her, and she just kind of looks up at him, back at you, and he looks furious at her, and then she gives him a look again, and then he just very wisely shuts the hell up and sits back down. Although he still looks like he's fuming, and now he's confused, and he's not sure what to do. Eventually, he just kind of gets up and leaves. He just out of sheer, I don't know what I'm doing here, I don't know what's going on, I don't want to hear this anymore. My mother kind of looks back to you. For all our sakes, I hope you're wrong, young.
Erica says, I know, because I have the terrible feeling that if Johanna is to learn of this, she is going to ask me to implement it.
And I will tell you this.
Oh, go ahead.
I will tell you this, young Erica. As blessed as we are in the wisdom of the will of Silvanus, even the clan mother of no clan is human. Will of Silvanus has always stood with humanity. It's guided us and helped us live. And if anyone were to be able to change the will of Silvanus, it is my mother. Sometimes, us of great age get a little stubborn, forget that we have responsibilities to. She is misguided, zealous. It's your duty as the young to remind the old, or that they're failing to do.
I say then it truly does not matter what Moonshadow has to say. Moonshadow is either duplicitous and will lie, or is already carrying out the will of Silvanus. And it is not yet for us to know. So the only way to find resolution here is to discern the will of Silvanus.
As far as the clan mother of no clan, truly no. The reason I suggested bringing Mill Moonshadow to clan mother Moonshadow, she's learned in their ways of lie making. She may be able to read between secret language. You may have the better idea here, young. I'm used to fighting fires with fires, but sometimes wisdom is needed rather than setting fire to the forest. Would you like some tea? She says.
What was it that Erica said aloud that she should have? I missed that.
Erica basically went down the thought. So the clan mother was saying that if anyone has done this, it's the Moonshadows.
Right. I got that.
And then Erica said, and that the only person who would do that would be it'd probably be a clan mother who didn't serve for long, right? So Erica's thought, well, that's not the case because she's so old, right? So either she has been corrupted or she's setting something up the forest wants done. It's not yet appropriate for you to know, but when it is time for you to know, you're gonna learn about it, and then you're gonna ask me to do it. So basically, Erica's half convinced herself already that there is a bomb, and that she's supposed to be the one to push it. except it's not for us to know the answer to that yet. Which probably means Erica will decline drinking any tea because I don't need more psychoactive. Uh, um, Erica will stand up and say, I hope that for now you and the chief can keep this between us. There might be nothing to these accusations, and this may all be unwarranted speculation.
Hmm.
But the people who think it have orbitably bombarded and massacred millions before for less on lesser suspicions. And you, despite the protection of the forest, do not have shields. So whatever protection the forest may give, it is not the kind of protection that will leave you unscathed. So it is best not to let such information get out of hand.
It is us.
Because it would.
It is for us to know and to divine. And Chief Sapweaver knows better than to gab. I'll make sure he doesn't talk. It wouldn't serve Sapweavers if he did anyway.
Then I will leave. Or Eric will leave. With the disturbing thought, this is the first time it was totally unimportant to get the support or approval of a leader because their support or approval was entirely immaterial to the outcome of the situation. Like no amount, it doesn't matter what the clan mother or Sapweavers thinks or wants to do or is willing to help with. It's she's irrelevant to the situation.
Then move to the planet Kaz, where Richter Marshal Moonshadow is made aware of her guide, who awaits her. And you get a message from Johanna about the safe house that you're seeking should have no guards there, and that if there is if he's there, then great, you can totally take him. If he's not, then he is not on a Kaz, and he's with the Talaxu.
Okay. Well, that's still good news, honestly. 'Cause one way or the other, we'll know where he is, in a manner of speaking, anyway. All right, so then I'll go meet my guide if I can. And I'll try to get out unseen, trying to move subtly, I guess.
Move difficulty 2.
Okay. Going with duty again. I really don't want to give you extra threat. Take 1 threat.
Certainly.
Yes.
Generate 1.
All right.
You sneak out of the mansion and your way, or the house, mansion's kind of strong word. You sneak out to meet your guide, who has a pair of blades situated on one hip, and what appears to be a shield generator, and a cloak that normally would be drawn, but he's purposely thrown it back so you can see that he's armed. Not just you, but anyone who might want to bother him. It's very clear, I'm armed, go away.
Yeah.
But you notice no guard or marshal service is coming by to scare him off. So, and it looks like he has some sort of piece of jewelry that's probably telling him that, but you're not from a cast, you don't know what the local signs and countersigns are.
Okay.
He looks over.
Sorry.
He looks over at you. I'm Sova. You Mill?
Noble nod.
Where's your marshal badge?
Is that him asking, or is that you?
Him.
Mill will produce it.
What does that look like? Yours looks unique to, like, it's obvious, it would say in plain English, as it were, that you're a marshal, but every house has their own.
I am assuming it would be one in House Beleza's, like with House Beleza's insignia on it.
Oh, the
with
compass?
The compass and the compass on the field of like that grayish green and black. With Marshall written under it. As for the shape, I would defer to the Falsgrafen in terms of the general shape. I'm not sure, or if anyone who knows whether there's a standard shape for marshal badges in Dune.
There
How'd they
isn't.
do it in the Old West? It's a circle with a star in the middle, right?
Yeah.
I would give you guideposts that your house, the Beleza is known as a industrious and beautiful house. They're concerned with. It's I would hazard to say the badge looks probably the nicest looking badge you're gonna find. Like, it's almost like a piece of jewelry in and of itself, just because House Beleza would care about that sort of thing, and it's probably well made and sturdy. Again, because they care about that sort of thing.
Yeah, and well polished because again they care about it.
It's actually in the regulations. I have to polish it twice a day. Isn't that excessive? I know, but if it's below a certain luminosity and shine test, I can get fined.
Yeah.
Every other house, that's excessive. That's the job. I don't know what you're talking about. You guys don't do that? No, we don't. So, oh, go
on. Once she's showed it, she will put it back in a pocket. While she's on this planet, she would not be wearing it openly.
Armed?
We'll draw back her forest weave cloak, or shadow weave, sorry, cloak, and oh dang. Can I spend a momentum and a threat to create a weapon asset?
Certainly can.
Depending
what it is. Because a lasgun's massive. So.
No.
I don't think you have that tucked into your cloak.
Just like a blade.
Okay. No shield generator? You're brave. Or stupid.
My people prefer stealth. And I drop my shadow weave closed.
Here's at you. Very suspicious of you. You're one of those Silvani tribes people, aren't you?
I make no secret of that.
He whistles, and you see a couple people who were in adjoining alleyways step out, and they walk off. And you see that one of them was carrying a las gun, another person was carrying a Mala pistol, and they kind of walk off to somewhere else.
He didn't know if you had a shield, but he was ready to use Alaska.
Oh, that's why I had 2 different weapons, just in case.
Yeah, but I guess if you use... Okay, so you wouldn't use the last gun first, I guess.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that he was totally willing to blow himself up by accident.
That's why he wanted to quote-unquote see if she had a weapon, because it would reveal if she had a shield generator or not. It's like, oh, you have a shield generator. Okay. Are you for real or what? Alright, you pass. Let's go.
We'll follow.
So do you know where we're going?
Safe house? If I was given the address, then I would mention it. Otherwise, I'd just describe what I know of it.
One of the Elacca safe houses. He looks around. You have some sort of vehicle or support here on planet? Otherwise, we're going for a rather long and rather fast hike.
I don't have a vehicle with me. And my support would not be subtle.
We expecting trouble? Beyond the
Possibly.
obvious. Possibly. You actually know how to use that sword, or is it just a badge of office or some nonsense?
You're a badge of office or some nonsense.
I know where to stick the pointy end.
Right. Not in me. And he takes you, he starts at a slow jog at first as you're leaving the city, head out deeper and deeper into the surrounding wilderness, and then he picks up pace as you are hiking across the face of a chasm to get where you need to go. This will be a move difficulty of 3. This is only possible because Silva's with you, and you won't necessarily be running the entire distance. He will have vehicles he will be able to secure along the way, because it is very far away where you need to go. But a lot of the time is just running there, and it's just he doesn't like traveling by vehicle for very long. In his words, too easy to track. He believes in manpower, strength of his legs.
Okay.
A lot of this is just straight up keeping up with the guy.
I'll buy to a full met with threat. Unfortunately. I don't have a move focus, so. Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
2. Eventually, after a rather probably the toughest workout you've had, you probably haven't run this much since you were training to be a Moon Shadow or adult, basically. Warrior is the wrong word to put it, but everyone who gets to adulthood usually has some level. Part of your right of adulthood is to show that you have forest power. You can at least not die if you go into the deep wood. Yeah, that's pretty tough. This is along that level. There's a lot. He is avoiding every major settlement. He's avoiding most major roads. He gets he gets ATVs. He gets off-road vehicles. He gets at one point you have to get a horse to ride for a little bit, but even then he gets rid of the horse, so you couldn't go on the most difficult way. It almost feels like he's going out of his way to make it impossible to be followed. For the average, it's almost like there's a war going on. He's trying to make sure no one kills the two of you for just wandering around. Yeah. Eventually, you get to a rise looking down upon what looks to be nestled among very tall trees, a log cabin. Its roof decorated in a sort of tile that it kind of, it's the sort of thing where if you weren't looking straight on at it, your eyes would skip over it. It almost camos the cabin from above. So
okay.
But since you're looking at an angle at this rise, looking at it that way, you can see there is an actual cabin beneath the.
Cool. All right. I guess we
Get an
can
AP, by
try
the way,
to
folks.
Yay. I guess we can try to sneak up on it. There's supposed to be no guards, but supposed to be and will be are two different things. So I'm gonna try to be sneaky.
So kind of, as you start moving forward, he very roughly grabs you on the shoulder. Don't.
I will stay put.
He hands you a set of binoculars and points.
I will look through them.
You see, there looks to be 6 hooded figures who are meandering around the property. And you can see that there seems to be some sort of flying vehicle that has landed some distance away from the cabin.
Huh. Do I know who these folks are?
Understand difficulty of 2. 2? 2, I'm right.
Okay. Would this be danger? Or no?
It would be like knowing uniforms or things like that.
Okay. I will use duty on this one. I will spend for 2 extra dice. You can take 1 threat, and I'll use up the momentum.
One threat, come back.
No focus. Whew, good thing.
Ooh, on the button. Yeah.
Itch.
You look them over through the binoculars. You think about it. Those aren't those. I mean, even during a War of Assassins, there are little telltale signs, little culturalisms that are hard to hide to a certain degree. And these guys seem to be more concerned about not being seen in the first place rather than full-on disguises, almost like they were rushed to do what they're doing. They don't look to be wearing the stylings of House Akaz, or even Elacca for that matter. They kind of share a similar. They don't blend in enough to make sense that they're of Akaz. People of Akaz know how to dress a certain way to blend in, and they're not doing that. They're off-worlder. Their clothes aren't super high quality, so they don't look like they're from a great house. The vehicle is expensive, whatever it is. It is a flying vehicle that you can purchase, but it's not like an official conveyance of any kind. You've heard rumors, and sometimes have had confrontations on Silvanus with certain individuals who sometimes are hired by CHOAM executives to deal with non-compliant workers. And that's not a problem you worry about in Salutaris as much, but you've heard of some worlds where thugs like these sometimes go around to, on behalf of CHOAM, to make sure the Salutaris flow, and the spice flows for that matter, without... Technically, this is something the nobles are supposed to do. That's what marshals are for. That's what soldiers are for. But sometimes CHOAM, the non-noble CHOAM workers employ commoners with a violent bend to solve problems for them. That's what these guys look like.
Why the heck is CHOAM here?
He looks around. Nowhere near one of the fields. This is a vacation spot. Officially, that's what. Maybe they're collecting rent with guns. I'm not going down there. I was paid to guide you here. You're here. I'll have those binoculars back.
I'll hand them back. Oh, well, shit. All right. This complicates things. I will. So how many of them does it look like there are?
6.
That's too many for me to take on my own. Am I able to see what it is that they're doing down there, aside from just wandering around?
Understand
Are
difficult
they
too.
two? Okay. Are they?
Are they?
Never mind. I'll stick with roll difficulty 2.
Arguably battle, I suppose.
Actually, I think I will use battle. Does tactics apply?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a better roll for me. Do I want to risk it? Yes. I'm gonna use my focus. Please work. Yes.
2 generated. They look like they're moving in a way that suggests that they are securing a perimeter and they look like they're going to extract somebody with force if necessary. And it does look like 4 of them are dedicated to securing perimeter and breaching in. 2 of them are securing the flying vehicle.
Huh. Okay. As a question to the GM, how likely is it that, like, how likely is it that Chome cares over much about this particular set of assets?
For a momentum, I'll answer.
Okay.
Well, I think you know the phrase, hun. You ever hear the phrase deniable assets?
Okay. I was hoping that would be the case.
I'm sorry, who are you talking about? We don't know them.
I really don't want to give Chome a reason to call Canley on our house, or whoever is associated with them. But also, this is makes it likely enough that I'm gonna act on my own reconnaissance and potentially piss off the false Grafen if I'm wrong. But I think I'm gonna try to call in my specialists with my emergency transponder.
Let me ask, and I don't know if this will work or not, but would not Mill also benefit from that full support of House Beleza asset? Because I mean, it's kind of the same deal. We're willing and ready to go into Canley with Elacca if we have to.
Possibly.
Oh. And for Mill will say to Silva, I suggest you leave.
He leaves. Yeah, he is not paid enough to deal with this nonsense. Bye.
Yeah. I should have brought the stupid shield generator.
And by the way, do these marshals are they coming on foot or are they coming in the vehicle?
They'll be coming in a personnel transport.
It's an APC rolls up.
Unless you're doing a move difficulty 2 to subtly move them into position, they're gonna give away that they're here.
I'm debating how subtle I want to be with this.
Yeah, because either you're
So
charging.
on the one hand,
oh, go ahead.
On the one hand, sending a signal of "don't fuck with House Beleza" is not necessarily a bad thing. On the other hand, I don't necessarily want to piss off the house that owns this planet. Sure, I'll try to do it subtly. I will spend a momentum for the extra die.
Here's the thought: if you wanted to go loud without the chance of this going pear-shaped, the book says that anti-air missile launchers are a thing. So you could go ahead and shoot their. You could start off by shooting their.
By what?
By shooting their flying vehicle, I think he's trying to say.
Other thing is Discord when, bye-bye.
Okay, good. It was difficulty 2.
So your personnel transport has been following at a pretty safe distance for the last while because they're trying not to give you away. And then as you make the transponder, you hit the transponder in such a way to alert them, approach quietly. And it's like, oh, so this transport crunches its way over branches and through woods and goes onto the road, drives somewhat quickly, and then ducks into the woods a bit more until eventually they creep up the hill that you've gotten to, and they kind of, instead of getting all the way up, so there's this big personnel transport just there on the skyline. They pull back a little bit so the marshals can get out and join you.
Yeah. I doubt I have an anti-aircraft weapon. Would the marshals have one with them?
At quality 4, yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes you have to go after the big targets. Aha, I'm a crime lord. I'm gonna fly away. No, you're not. Wait, you have rocket launchers? Yes.
I'm gonna ask them to blow up the transport since it looks. Well, sorry. With my observing of them, it does not look like they already have the person they're extracting in that aircraft, right?
You're not probably not, no, because they're searching and securing. They've only just arrived a little ahead of you.
Okay. Yeah, because if they had him, they would just fly off.
Yeah. Presumably.
Yeah. So I'll ask them to disable the transport.
Whoosh, a rocket flies down. The guys down by the cabin shriek as they see the missile. The guys near the vehicle, they dive away as the flying vehicle is destroyed in a ball of fire. And it is at that point a skirmish would start. But I think that's a good point to stop. Good gravy. Okay.
So we're all making marshal service people with rocket launchers.
Yeah, yeah. I'm for it. I'm there for it.
So yeah, we have the battle at the cabin on Akaz, on Elacca, at the Elacca safe house. We have the false Graffin who has a somewhat of a crisis that could mean the end of Silvanus and its wood if this is handled improperly. And we have certain plans that have been put into motion and reaching out on Khitan, but for the most part, the Khitan operation, part of the operation, has gone rather well. You guys have stepped on some toes and made some enemies, but I think you've gotten some information that was of use to you. But we'll see if the false Graf is rescued, or if he dies in a horrible explosion of a cabin. Since someone rolled badly, they might do the wrong thing. But see what happens. For all of you watching, thank you very much for watching. Those of you playing, thank you very much for playing, and we'll see you again next time. Bye. Feel like a daytime show or something where finale moment, explosion. We have to end the episode on explosion. Last time
24.
on it's 24.
Right. If you can find them, you can hire the marshal team.